Naona tukutane nyuma ya tent, ananiitisha link. Okay, acha nivae hii earphones yangu. Kuna mtu alikuwa ananiambia ati earphone inafanya ati nikae DJ. I do not DJ by the way. Haya, ni sawa. Karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. Nataka mkuje because akuchekwi sahi, sio kuseke. Sio kuzuri. Now we have to get serious. We have to start getting serious. Sio kuzuri, tafadhalini. In my language tunasemanga kuna wakati wa isero na kuna wakati wa carbon go down. Sio kuzuri sasa. Nimetoka kwa Stony PK, there was something I was doing on the other end, na nikamwambia history ya Wamuthende kupewa kiti on a silver platter. Kuna kitu moja imeconfirm. Wewe ipa uchaguzi utasaidiwa na huko mbele. And I think there is something which have now confirmed in Kenya beyond reasonable doubt. Wewe ukiibiwa kura, sahau. Hakuna koti inaweza kusaidia. And that is what hii team ya Ruto imeamua kufanya. Watuibie, tuende kwa koti, wapewe na koti. So and it doesn't matter what they do, whether it is kukuvunja mkono, kukutoa kichwa, waponyoke na hiyo kitu. Juu akiponyoka na hiyo kitu wanajua huko mbele watapanga. And it has been proven now. So kama hauna formula ya kuchunga kura yako, hakuna haja hata kuenda kwa uchaguzi. Of course watakuibia na waende wakapewe na court. That is all what has been told. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. Is that okay? So, ni Stony PK nilikuwa nataka kumwambia nimefungua show because walikuwa wananiambia they didn't want. So Stony PK nisharudi sasa. I'm now back to the when nilipoteza Stony PK. Stony ndio huyo. Hi, I'm open. Good. So wacha tuone kama tunaweza pata hiyo video ya Wamuthende akipewa kiti ya riba. We begin from there because it's annoying by the way. Then inaonyesha pia huyu mama wa nini akifukuzwa, huyu Gladys Shurei. Nasikia Gladys Shurei ile amefukuzwa vibaya sana. Inaonekana pia Wakale wataki ujinga. Wakale wataki ujinga. Kiti yetu imeenda hivyo. Nasikia hata Karisha kuenda. Final judgment. So let's see. Mimi nilishinda. I cannot show his speech. I don't want to show that guy. Na wanajifanyanga hivi ati wanasema ati kwanza ati tukue na recount hiyo kujifanya, alafu final wanakuja wanakupea. Ukisikia wakisema ati sijui hiyo marika za Kenya zinakuanga fake. Nitafuta wa Mudhende. Hivi ndivyo wanaibanga uchaguzi because wanajua koti itawapea. Let me see if I can get it from. I don't want to hear those many speaking. Nataka video ambayo Mudhende hayuko. Yeah. Let's see. Very annoying. Yeah, Nyobs anaingia. No, ile kitu iko Nyobs, maybe I can confirm to you this. Ni ulinde kura yako isiibiwe. Kama ni kuvunja utavunja mtu. You see the same energy they used to steal from you. You also use the same energy to defend yourself. Lakini wakikuibia waende huko mbele, utoboi tena. And it has been proven. Wakikuibia wafike huko mbele, utoboi tena. And that's what they do. Wanakupokonya through dubious means, buying of votes, intimidation, juu wanajua koti itawapea. That's what they do. So lazima tutafute ndawa ya hiyo kitu. Wakikuvunja mguu hata wewe wavunje, because we have seen elections cannot be nullified in Kenya. You have vitu kama hizo. So hapa sasa ni tuanzie kukua werevu sasa. So unaona wanapewa. Maybe Nyobs, you can advise me. How do you utaenda kwa uchaguzi yaji in such an environment now? Ni swali nauliza. Na ukiibiwa koti itawapea. Na watataka kukuibia. Na koti wana ignore all the incidences. So I would want huyu judge aniambie ni parameters gani ametumia in this judgment. Because for me, I know this judgment is wrong. Not because I'm supporting opposition. This judgment is wrong. Anyway, musikilize musikia.
Kenya Supreme Court affirmed the core principles in Munya on scrutiny. The Apex Court stated as follows at paragraph 107. The Court of Appeal relied on the decision of the Supreme Court in Munya that scrutiny is a vehicle to assist the court to verify the allegations made by the parties to the petition, which allegations themselves must be hinged on pleadings. But it was never intended to enable the court to unearth new evidence on the basis of which the petition could be sustained. From the record, the Supreme Court accepted that the trial court had engaged extensively with scrutiny findings such as unstamped counterfoils, polling station inconsistencies, and irregularities in statutory forms. The Court of Appeal had criticized reliance on some of these matters as unpleaded. The Supreme Court's reaction was not to abandon the pleadings rule, but to recharacterize the function of scrutiny evidence within the broader evidentiary inquiry. It held in substance that scrutiny findings do not operate as stand-alone causes of action, but neither are they legally inert simply because they were not expressly and specifically pleaded. At para 108, the Supreme Court noted as follows: it would appear, therefore, that the report of scrutiny did not yield the outcome expected by the first respondent when he sought it. That did not preclude him from presenting and relying on other pieces of evidence to illustrate that the election in question did not conform with the constitutional and legal imperatives. In the present case, the question of assisted voters was not specifically pleaded, as already stated. Nevertheless, it does not arise as entirely as an ambush. Since the petitioners supporting affidavit and the first to third respondents replying affidavits took notice of the issue. When the court ordered scrutiny of the assisted voter forms, this emanated from the fact that they were produced for preservation without any record as to how they found their way to the box and files. they were delivered in. The court was thus entitled to order scrutiny thereof, since all evidence had been taken and no proper account of the Form 32 had been given by the respondents. Thus, scrutiny was duly ordered and forms part of the evidential matrix. In my view, the outcome of the scrutiny may be used in evaluation of whether the totality of the electoral process met the constitutional threshold of integrity, verifiability, and accountability. The decisive question is not whether each irregularity was individually pleaded, but whether the election, taken as a whole, complied with the constitutional and statutory standards. The authorities hold as follows, and I've cited Mohammed Abdi. Let me read it. Where the Supreme Court majority refined the remedial approach to Regulation 72 and compliance by requiring that such breaches be assessed within the broader Article 86 framework of verifiability and materiality, rather than be treated as automatically determinative of electoral invalidity. Where in the first instance the failure to mark the register is isolated or inadequately proved, the courts generally decline to nullify elections, although the failure weakens the credibility of the official account.
Okay. I don't know kama ni hii tape iko na shida ama WhatsApp, so let me see. Because nilikuwa nikisikia hapa ilikuwa ina let's acha nione kama ni
squarely within the jurisdiction.
mutaniambia kama okay, kama hii iko sawa.
Of a special magistrates court. Such court must be specially constituted by the Chief Justice under Section 23(1) of the Election Offences Act, which provides as follows. The Chief Justice may, by notification in the Gazette, appoint as many special magistrates as may be necessary to hear and determine matters relating to offences under this Act. In light of the foregoing, this court, as an election court, can make a determination only on whether an electoral malpractice of a criminal nature may have occurred in terms of Section 87 of the Elections Act, but not on whether the offense of bribery was committed. I do find that an electoral malpractice of bribery may have occurred. Ultimately, however, the question I must answer on this issue is whether the electoral malpractice of bribery and voter influence so found results in a nullification of the election. From the evidence above, I am unable.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I don't know why. Maybe it is my computer which is not able to do the right thing, but ile mimi kitu ilinishangaza ni ati huyu judge ati aliargue ati ile evidence alipewa it had no capacity to nullify the election. Really? Ati the evidence I was given, the question was, is the evidence, how can voter bribery, intimidation not be a reason to tilt an election? What type of nonsense is that? Vitu zingine, they don't make sense. Wacha nitafute Kipril. Let me look for Kipril. It might help me to come and get some of the videos. Let me send Kipril. He can come and play them for us because I don't want to kidogo. So because hiyo ishi ya Wamudhende is annoying anyway. Let me. I'm sending them to somebody. I don't want to restart my computer now because I don't know what would be the problem, but let me just send them to Kipril. Let me just send them to Kipril. Nimtumize video mbili pamoja na hii video ingine ya huyu mama ambaye amefukuzwa. Naitwaje? Anyway, ni sawa. Sorry for that. Juu nimesikia anaitwa Gladys Shorey amefukuzwa vibaya sana. I think even people from that community have gotten enough. Ndio wameamua kufukuza huyo mama, and I think I'm proud of them. I'm proud of them for them doing that. So maybe Roberto, I can get your take about making Wamudhende the MP of Mbeere North. What does it say when they ratify him? So inamaanisha nini? Do we now have hope, or we must now discover another way of how opposition can actually put the government on the spot and win these elections? Because inakaa serikali inataka kuiba, alafu unaenda huko mbele wanapitishwa na koti. Is there something we are learning here? Are we seeing a signal for 2027 here? Or we will continue with the same narrative Bwana Gachagua wetu amekuwa akituambia hawataweza kuiba 2027. What is a stealing of an election which was so open even on TV, and then judge anasema the reasons which were given, they do not hold enough reasons to nullify that election. So what do we learn from this? Because that is what we need to be asking ourselves. Ni nini tunasoma? Aya, Kipril, you can react. Are you aware that Wamudhende was declared to be elected fairly and squarely? And the few, they were called the few errors, or the few issues which were reported, they had no monumental influence into the elections, or they couldn't have caused change. So according to the judge, voter intimidation, violence, bribing people has no capacity to tilt an election. That is what they said. So react to that.
Wanapatia moment bana. I've told you what state I am in. Boss, just a video. Yeah.
Kenya Supreme Court, the Supreme Court affirmed the core principles in Munya on scrutiny. The Apex Court stated as follows at paragraph 107. The Court of Appeal relied on the decision of the Supreme Court in Munya that scrutiny is a vehicle to assist the court to verify the allegations made by the parties to the petition, which allegations themselves must be hinged on pleadings. That it was never intended to enable the court to unearth new evidence on the basis of which the petition could be sustained. From the record, the Supreme Court accepted that the trial court had engaged extensively with scrutiny findings such as unstamped counterfoils, polling station inconsistencies, and irregularities in statutory forms. The Court of Appeal had criticized reliance on some of these matters as unpleaded. The Supreme Court's reaction was not to abandon the pleadings rule, but to recharacterize the function of scrutiny scrutiny evidence within the broader evidentiary inquiry. It held in substance that scrutiny findings do not operate as stand-alone causes of action, but neither are they legally inert simply because they were not expressly and specifically pleaded. At para 108, the Supreme Court noted as follows: it would appear, therefore, that the report of scrutiny did not yield the outcome expected by the first respondent when he sought it. That did not preclude him from presenting and relying on other pieces of evidence to illustrate that the election in question did not conform with the constitutional and legal imperatives. In the present case, the question of assisted voters was not specifically pleaded, as already stated. Nevertheless, it does not arise as entirely as an ambush. Since the petitioners supporting affidavit and the first to third respondents replying affidavits took notice of the issue. When the court ordered scrutiny of the assisted voter forms, this emanated from the fact that they were produced for preservation without any record as to how they found their way into the box and files. They were delivered in. The court was thus entitled to order scrutiny thereof, since oral evidence had been taken and no proper account of the Forms 32 had been given by the respondents. Thus, scrutiny was duly ordered and forms part of the evidential matrix. In my view, the outcome of the scrutiny may be used in aid in evaluation of whether the totality of the electoral process met the constitutional threshold of integrity, verifiability, and accountability. The decisive question is not whether each irregularity was individually pleaded, but whether the election, taken as a whole, complied with the constitutional and statutory standards. The authorities hold as follows, and I've cited Mohammed Abdi. Let me read it. Where the Supreme Court majority refined the remedial approach to Regulation 72, non-compliance, by requiring that such breaches be assessed within the broader Article 86 framework of verifiability and materiality, rather than be treated as automatically determinative of electoral invalidity. Where in the first instance the failure to mark the register is isolated or inadequately proved, the courts generally decline to nullify elections, although the failure weakens the credibility of the official account. This was the position in Mohammed Mahmoud Ali versus IEBC, Mombasa High Court 2017. Further, if the failure becomes systemic, particularly in constituencies where assisted voting would predictably be widespread, courts may infer that the process itself became unverifiable. In light of the foregoing analysis of the law, this court can now make the following conclusions. First, that Regulation 72(6) of the Elections General Regulations was violated in respect of the 1072 assisted voters, as they were not recorded in the physical register as required, nor was there evidence that they were indicated as such in the KIMS register or PSD. Secondly, that the only evidence available that there were assisted voters is the existence of Form 32, which is the declaration of secrecy, in compliance with Regulation 72(5), indicating the declaration of secrecy by persons that assisted the said voters. Thirdly, with regard to double declarations by the 6 declarants earlier discussed, as found during scrutiny, these were in breach of Regulation 72(5) of the Elections General Regulations, which provides that as follows: the following shall apply with respect to a person who assists a voter under this regulation. The person shall assist or support only one voter at that election and have a mark as proof of assisting or supporting a voter. Fourthly, while the court take the position that all assisted voters' votes be struck off, it would not change the result of the election, as it is impossible to identify for which candidate they voted. Finally, taking into account the caution of the superior courts concerning unpleaded issues and considering these violations cumulatively with the other irregularities pleaded and on which evidence was availed and has been evaluated, I am not satisfied that it was ultimately shown that the results did not reflect the will of the people in relation to assisted voters. Conclusions and disposition. On issue 1, the court found that the evidence of the petitioner did not list the IEBC officers in issue, did not identify which of the officers were opaquely. Actually, I've just reiterated, I have plucked from the body of each conclusion, I have brought it back to the conclusions and disposition. So that on issue 1, I find that no qualitative disqualifying attribute in appointment and dismissal of IEBC election officials was demonstrated. On issue 2, again, I have plucked the conclusion I reached under that issue and brought it forward. It was demonstrated by evidence that there was a physical register, voters register available at every polling station, that it had a QR code, that the KIMS kit had a soft copy replica of that register. No evidence was availed that any voter was disenfranchised, since the physical registers were present and were also replicated in the KIMS kit. Then I point out the jurisprudence on the use of the physical register is essentially what is carried in the UDA case, that such register is only to be used in instances where biometric or alphanumeric identification fails. The UDA case, I may say, does not entirely deal with Section 72, Regulation 72. It doesn't entirely with regard to assisted voters. There was no evidence of such failure of identification. The prevailing jurisprudence on the use of registers is the UDA case, is that such register is only to be used in instances where biometric or alphanumeric identification fails. There was no evidence of such failure of identification. Had there been a failure of biometric and alphanumeric identification, followed by failure by IEBC to deploy the physical register, a case of voter disenfranchisement would have been readily made out. On issue 3, whether there was unlawful third-party interference, on this I came to the conclusion that it was not proved that admitted interference with the register was either widespread, systemic, or intended. In substance, therefore, there was no proof that of the fact that the sole instance of interference that we saw in the case of Collins affected the will of the people. It was also held that in the case of one individual, where the register was shown to have been unlawfully altered, the officer involved may have committed a criminal offense. On issue 4, the same summary that I take the same summary or conclusion, and this is where I said Kaungu theoretically suffered a turnout decrease of about 8% or 51 voters as against the constituency average. But I found overall the failure did not affect the outcome in terms of Section 81 of the Elections Act. Section 82, of the Elections Act. On issue 5, whether there was bribery treating, maybe I just read all of them, if you don't mind. Let me just read all of them so that I don't give an impression. On issue 5, whether there was bribery, treating, and undue influence in violation of the Election Offences Act and the Constitution, there was uncontroverted evidence of bribery involving 2 witnesses. As an election court, this court can make a determination only on whether the election malpractice, whether an electoral malpractice of a criminal nature may have occurred in terms of Section 87 of the Election Act, but not on whether the offence of bribery was committed. I do find that an electoral malpractice of bribery may have occurred. As to whether the electoral malpractice of bribery and voter influence so found results in the nullification of the election, the evidence does not show that the scope and prevalence of the malpractice substantially affected the result of the election in terms of Section 83 of the Elections Act. On issue 6, whether there was broken chain of custody, unlawful handling of election materials, and violation of procedure on close of polling, the totality of the evidence availed disclosed that out of 134 polling stations, there was broken chain of custody, possible unlawful handling of voting material, but no violation of poll closing procedure at Gitiburi 1 and 2, except with regard to the time. For Kaungu, there was evidence of violence, but no evidence of broken chain of custody, unlawful handling or violation of poll station closing procedure. Consequently, there is no basis for a finding that the irregularities or non-compliance were substantial and come in terms of Section 83(1) of the Elections Act. Had it been demonstrated that the sort of violence shown at Kaungu was pervasive or widespread, a positive case would have been made out to conclude that the violence affected the overall quality of the election and had a significant impact on the result. Issue 7, on whether there was use of state resources, state security offices to influence the voters. It was incumbent on the petitioner, in order to prove issue 7, to provide at least the minimum information or proof, the names, some of which were provided, their formal designations, the offices held, and particulars and nature of the alleged abuses of such offices, provisions of the law breached, and the overall effect of such abuses upon the electorate and the election outcome. The petitioner failed to provide these through the evidence adduced. Accordingly, the court is unable to find in his favor on this issue. On issue number 8, the court was unable to find in favor of the petitioner, the same on even the assisted voters. Because with the assisted voters, what I have done is that I have said I take seriously the caution by the superior courts concerning unpleaded evidence gathered through scrutiny. The outright determination, the overall determination, for all the foregoing reasons, the court finds that the petition was not proved to the required standard, and it is hereby dismissed with costs. The costs are as follows. The parties made submissions on costs, generally to the effect that costs follow the event. The first to third respondents' counsel went into some fair detail in indicating the depth of the case, the number of attendances, preparatory time, complexity, and so on. The first to the third respondents and the fourth respondents both indicated that costs should be at Kenya shillings 5 million. The petitioner only submitted during highlighting. So having considered the nature of the case and the input of the parties and noting the fourth respondent did not testify to or avail witnesses, I hereby cap party and party costs at Kenya shillings 4 million. The first to third respondents shall be entitled to 70% thereof, and the fourth respondent to 30% thereof. I have prepared a report of the court on electoral malpractices under Section 87 of the Elections Act, which is as follows. The court finds that the following malpractices of a criminal nature may have been committed. That the same be transmitted to the DPP. A. Admitted alteration of register without authority, contrary to Section 6(1) of the Election Offences Act. B. Double assistance of voters, that is allowing 6 persons to assist more than one voter, each contrary to Regulation 72(5)(c) of the regulations. C. Failure to record in the polling station register against the name of the voter the fact that the voter was assisted, contrary to Regulation 72(6). I will make recommendations separately. I will not, because there's no point of putting the recommendations in the judgment, but I'll make recommendations separately, particularly for IEBC's notice, subsequent to this judgment, because I think it is important. certificate of court as to validity of the election under Section 86 of the Elections Act. Having concluded the hearing of the election petition, I certify that the petition was dismissed and the fourth respondent remains the duly elected Member of Parliament for Mbeere North constituency. This information is to be transmitted to the Speaker of the National Assembly. Orders accordingly.
Yeah, my Lord, we are most obliged by the decision of the court. We have sat and listened to it. We appreciate where the court is coming from, but we, however, would wish to make an appeal in regard to some of the issues the court has dealt with, and therefore, my Lord, we are making an application for expeditious provision of typed proceedings, the judgment of the court, and the decree accruing therefrom. Your Lordship, the reason for the appeal is, my Lord, that this might be the only time the certain issues will be clarified by the Court of Appeal. Most importantly, the question of the alteration of the voters register. And my Lord, since I am not making an appeal before you, we would wish to make the Court of Appeal pronounce itself. Number two, Your Lordship, on the question of the scrutiny that was dealt with by the Deputy Registrar. My Lord, we have listened to you and the judgment, and we note that the judgment itself does not caption the entire report as reported by the Deputy Registrar, and most importantly, in respect to ballot box number 35 and the 212 votes that were cast in foil. We have not heard you pronounce yourself on that, Your Lordship. We would therefore wish to make an appeal. And then, my Lord, I don't know how that will square out, because it has not been captioned in your judgment. Because, my Lord, when you ordered,
it should be easy enough, because the proceedings of the registrar will be part of the proceedings of the
yes,
court.
my Lord.
So you just annex them and say that the lower court failed to deal with an issue.
My Lord, we will be obliged.
Yeah.
We are otherwise happy that the court has made its decision. We'll try our luck in the Court of Appeal. We are most obliged.
Fortunately, the judgment is typed already.
Yes, my Lord.
The proceedings are typed, so it should be fairly easy to get the record fairly quickly.
We will get it, my Lord.
Okay. Yes, Waduta.
Yeah.
The political ground in the Rift Valley is no longer shaking quietly. It is cracking loudly. Today, that crack opened right in the middle of Moiben. Uasin Gishu Women Representative and National Assembly Deputy Speaker Gladys Bosholei found herself in the eye of a political storm after angry residents disrupted a public event and reportedly forced her to leave amid chants of one term. And this was not during a rally, not during a protest, not during a heated campaign season. This was during a milk cooler distribution event meant to support dairy farmers. But in Kenya today, even a milk cooler can become a political grenade. Videos now circulating across social media show scenes of tension and confusion, crowds pushing forward, security officers struggling to create space, angry chants rising from every direction, supporters attempting damage control as the mood on the ground turned hostile within minutes. The chants were impossible to ignore. One term, a slogan that has increasingly transformed from a street chant into a political warning, siren aimed at leaders seen as disconnected from ordinary citizens. And in Moiben, residents appeared determined to send a message. Witnesses say the confrontation began as residents questioned the women representatives' visibility on the ground. Some accused her of only appearing during major events while remaining absent from the daily struggles facing locals. Others reportedly linked their frustrations to broader wrangles within Uasin Gishu County leadership, political divisions that have slowly poisoned relations between leaders and the people they represent. What was supposed to be a straightforward development function suddenly became public political judgment day, and politically, the images are devastating because in Kenyan politics, humiliation on the ground spreads faster than any official statement, especially in the Rift Valley, especially for a senior government allied figure, and especially at a time when economic frustration is already simmering across the country. The symbolism here is bigger than one event. Uasin Gishu is not just any county. This is one of the political nerve centers of the North Rift, a region that has historically been treated as politically solid ground for the ruling establishment. When anger becomes visible here, strategies in Nairobi begin paying attention very quickly because crowds rarely erupt without deeper frustrations underneath. Residents in parts of the county have reportedly complained about stalled promises, selective development, poor engagement from leaders, and endless political infighting. Too many locals, leaders appear locked in power contests, while ordinary people struggle with rising cost of living, unemployment, and economic pressure squeezing households from every direction. That frustration is now leaking into public events, and once public anger becomes performative, once crowds realize they can openly heckle powerful politicians without fear, the political atmosphere changes completely. That is the dangerous phrase for any government. The milk cooler itself was supposed to symbolize empowerment for dairy farmers. Uasin Gishu depends heavily on dairy farming. Cooling infrastructure helps reduce milk spoilage, improve quality, and stabilize farmer earnings. Normally, such projects are politically rewarding for leaders because they touch directly on livelihoods. But today, the development message was swallowed by political rage. The cooler arrived, the politics exploded, and suddenly the headlines were no longer about farmers, they were about fury. Social media reacted almost instantly. Clips of the incident spread across TikTok, Facebook, and X within minutes. Some users described the scenes as evidence that the ground is charging. Others compared the confrontation to similar heckling incidents targeting leaders in different parts of the country over the past year. Supporters of Sholei, however, argue that chaos may have been politically orchestrated. They claim rival factions are exploiting public frustration to embarrass leaders allied to the government at public functions. Others point to growing anti-government sentiment tied to taxation debates, economic hardship, and widening distrust between politicians and mwananchi.
The same thing happened to Oscar Sudi. Why is it that the former deputy president has not been arrested? In fact, this house must hold the National Cohesion and Integration Commission to account.
And that is what makes this story politically explosive, because whether spontaneous or organized, the optics remain brutal. A deputy speaker of the National Assembly being overwhelmed by angry residents during a development event sends a message far beyond Moiben. It signals vulnerability, it suggests cracks, and in politics, perception is often more powerful than facts. For Gladys Bosch-Sholei, this incident now becomes more than just a bad day politically. It becomes part of a growing national pattern where public functions are increasingly turning unpredictable. The ground has become emotionally charged. Crowds are no longer passive spectators waiting for speeches and handshakes. They are becoming active political referees. And leaders across Kenya are watching carefully, because today it was Moiben. Tomorrow it could be somewhere else. As of tonight, no official statement had been released from Sholei's office regarding the incident, but the silence itself is unlikely to stop political aftershocks. The videos are already everywhere, the slogans are already trending, and the image of a senior leader struggling to control the mood of her own backyard may linger far longer than the event itself. In Kenyan politics, moments like these are rarely isolated. Sometimes they are just noise, sometimes they are the first thunder before a political storm. And tonight, one uncomfortable question is hanging over the Rift Valley. Is the ground beginning to shift? Newsroom, Maisha TV, Mesh Msembi.
Find quite inspiring is to learn to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations. Doing research here, you still have to spend long nights. Sometimes the experiments don't work as you wish. We go into risky research areas and you really do not know if the outcome is going to be a successful one or not. So learning to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations can really push you to levels you never dreamt of.
2 decades ago, the idea of becoming a leading scientist in Germany would have seemed far removed from Dr. Charles Otieno Ogola's reality. He grew up in Kenya with a strong interest in education and acutely aware of the financial constraints his family faced.
But that did not hold me back. I had my dreams and I really pursued them heavily. And I used to know that education would pay off one day.
That belief set him on a path that would eventually lead to Germany in 2016, where he joined the University of Siegen, located in the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. Today, the 36-year-old is among the lead researchers at its Center for Nanoanalytics, Nanochemistry, and Cyber Physical Sensor Technologies. Backed by more than 100 million US dollars in state funding, the center provides advanced infrastructure designed to support high-level scientific research. Ogola's work focuses on improving energy storage, specifically how small modification at the microscopic level can significantly enhance battery performance.
So let's take an example that maybe you're familiar with at home. Here's a single battery. Maybe you require two to power your simple torch at home. But if you could get, for the same needs, just a single battery, then you'd save on costs, and you'd also save and reduce the need to mine more materials to prepare more of such kind of batteries.
He uses highly specialized microscopes to observe atomic structures within batteries. His experiments are conducted under cryogenic conditions, allowing scientists to better understand how chemical systems behave at nanoscale. Ogola's work has broader implications. Many everyday batteries rely on materials such as lithium and cobalt, which are largely mined in countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo.
So my contribution to getting efficient battery systems would then reduce the need for the essential elements that are in here, such as lithium and cobalt, therefore reducing the pressure and the mining needs.
Improved energy storage technologies are central to advancing energy security and supporting green economies. Ogola believes that African scientists must play a leading role in developing these solutions, and he is clear about what's needed to make that possible.
Support, in my view, is infrastructure. For instance, you see the tools we have here, this cost quite a lot of money, and therefore it's not only academia, also governments need to come in and support research heavily.
Ogola recently reached a major academic milestone, defending his PhD with the highest distinction, summa cum laude. He is the first researcher at the center in Ziegen to achieve this honor. So how did he do it?
For me, the language was a key factor. I took 1 year off just to master the language, and it opened quite a lot of doors because now I could really integrate into the society. And now this means where I needed support, I could really express myself properly, and now I could reach out where I needed support, and this is important. We need the support.
The father of one believes that his journey from Kisumu in Kenya to one of Europe's most advanced science labs shows that Africa's scientists can lead in the green energy race.
Okay, so I think Kipril was giving us that one for optics purposes, which is okay. There are some Kenyans doing serious work outside there in some of the most prestigious institutions and domains in the world, domain career in the world. Lakini ile jambo nataka tuguzie sana hapa leo ni mambo ya Wamudendes. I don't know, so Kipril, I don't know your state now, but ulikuwa unataka kuchangia maniachane na wewe, just to know.
Dakika 5 alafu nirudi. Yeah, just a long day.
Okay, so I really wanted people to react on your story, our Mudende being ratified. What does it mean? Like, is it an indicator of now we need to be now cautious with the electoral process rather than judiciary to respond, that they do not respond even on obvious issues? Thank you.
I'm going to be sarcastic. It is going to be an indicator that there's nothing we can do to convince people like Robert the elections are ever stolen. With the court case, Naja Robert, you're satisfied with it? Ataonesha watu kama Robert kizungu nyingi alafu imetosha. As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing that court said. How can you allow assistance of voting as being normal? I think there's fear in that courtroom. There was threats, or maybe that person was paid, allegedly. So I don't know what we can do. Because that was a shocker. In the case, the man dismissed the banning of the polls. You know what happens if even just one poll is banned or destroyed, or one result is destroyed in the US? Your election is nullified, or you start again. So I don't know what the opposition leaders are going to talk about. I don't know what Mturi is going to say. But that was disappointing. Very disappointing. I don't know what you take from that. I don't care about Cholet until this matter is sorted. I've always told you. The election thing, unless it's sorted, the other stuff is drama to me. You see what I mean? You see. The ruling was justified, even though there are some, if you cannot convince Roba, we are cooked.
So
We are
Robert,
cooked.
so Robert, your ruling. So Robert thinks like, so according to Robert, Wamudende was elected fairly and squarely,
Yes.
because that is what all that ruling means. If somebody has been ratified, it means that there is no anything to question. So huyo jamaa alishinda.
Yeah, even if you ask Roba right now, my brother, I'm sorry, Roba, I have to hit you today. Ataona baba alishindwa because the court said hot hair. These are the same animals, huh?
Do you want to tell me that Loba is a linear thinker?
Huyu ni structures. You know ni mwalimu. Structures ni very structured. Lazima.
Yeah, so like
very structured. My big brother
according to him, whatever has been said, anything which has been said has not gone wrong.
My big brother is very structured. And you know, the same animals came and did the same animals that did this to Raila are the same animals that did this to Karis, Roba. Everything is leaning towards the court. It's the same way the Matatu guys were bribed. We are cooked. We are cooked. I cannot watch that and just say, oh, I need more evidence. There was more than enough evidence on TV. More than enough. Our ruling was bad. Huh? Yeah, it's bad. Hizo vitu zingine ni sinema, because what are you going to do in Uasin Gishu? They're going to steal Uasin Gishu. They're going to steal the whole of Uasin Gishu. Ruto is going to steal it. And this is evidence. Very good evidence of what they're going to do. What is this?
Unaweza iweka tu.
Nataka kuenjoy wakale. Ni kumbafu ya. Oh, sorry. I thought it was antelope. Giraffe. Zebra.
Umeniwekea yenyewe? Ama inakuja? Oh, so now, Kipril, according to that, is there a need to panic moving forward?
I've been panicking for weeks, haven't I? Small panic. I've been panicking ever since Amurtikir. Nikasema sasa hii nini sasa hii? Unfortunate thing is, it's unless I'm not seeing my own things, unless I'm seeing my own things. Naona kama tunaibiwa. Do you know what I'm saying? Naona kama tunaibiwa. I'm so used to Unless, as Kenyans, we're so used to the stench that we accept it. That this is the way. This is how things are. Oh, naona Roba ameanza kuamka.
Andika
Thank
ati
goodness.
Roba anasema ati headline, hiyo ni headline gani? Hebu tutafutie headline utuwekee hapo ati headline Ruto is so stupid and he thinks Kenyans are stupid. Hiyo ni noma.
Hebu tuone.
Hiyo ni headline. Naona umeniwekea ingine. Na history ya Gladys Boss Shorei. What does it mean?
It means
So
nothing
like,
to me.
I agree, but why can't the government understand they are unpopular even if they try to buy these fake wins which they are buying? So the issue is, si unaona sasa hapa inakaa sasa Mkenya ndiye anafaa kujisaidia mwenyewe sasa. I don't think we cannot rely on the vote. Sasa Mkenya sasa ajue sasa yeye ndiye atajitegemea sasa. No one can help you. Right?
Yeah. That is basically it.
Is Roba aware of that? Ama Roba anataka kusema koti ikisema imesema. So according to Roba, IBC ikisema imesema.
Yeah.
Over. So IBC ikisema umeshindwa. Wewe enda ukalime sukuma.
Unaachana naye.
Then using Roba analogy sasa basi wacha tuachie wezi na wakora waendelee.
It's true. Unaachia tu. Na mimi hapa.
Let me see
after alafu niende kulala. I think you like the ones I'm showing.
And I was not supposed to throw my hands and walk away.
Our village elders warn that the goat that eats with the butcher shouldn't be surprised when it ends up on the menu. You see, Kenneth Kaunda sat down at the government's high table thinking he was a VIP guest, only to realize that he was actually the main course. And right now, Kenyans are passing around the salt and pepper.
And lastly, I want to tell Matatu operators, next time you call for protest, insist that you get your answer before you leave the street. This thing will come to the city today. You expose people's lives. You risk businesses. Some people's livelihoods were lost because they couldn't go to work. Then you call it off. Then you want to come back. Off and on doesn't happen. And that's why I insist we must fix the Kenyan problem. If that means that somebody must go, then must go, has to go, is going. In Jesus' name, must go, has to go.
You see, in 2026, in Kenya, you do not need poison to finish someone. You just need a photograph with President Ruto or anything that looks remotely like cooperation with his government. And watch the public temperature drop from applause to arson in under 60 seconds. If you're thinking I'm exaggerating, allow me to introduce you to Kenneth Kaunda, a man who was a national icon on Monday, a suspected sellout by Tuesday, and by Wednesday was pleading his innocence on live television.
I can say they let me down. And I was not supposed to throw my hands and walk away. Mm-hmm. That is why I joined them down there, only with one thing, the goodwill that I saw of 7 days.
Okay.
As for me, they did not only let me down, they let the country down.
Count up.
So how did we get here? It all started 72 hours ago when Kenneth Kaunda was untouchable. He stood before cameras alongside Matatu stakeholders, vibrating with patriotic anger, vehemently blasting Energy CS Opiyo Wandayi and Transport CS David Shirchir for lying to Kenyans. They had claimed an agreement had been reached to suspend Matatu strikes. However, Kaunda wasn't having it.
Open that we have not agreed, so that we carry this conversation forward. And you did state that we may have tomorrow Tuesday, we may have tomorrow Wednesday. Are we clear, members?
Yes.
We did not agree in anything. They gave us 10 according to what they are going to have a conversation with EPRA. And we did state 35 up to 30. That was the communication. With all due respect, we respect each one of us here. And that is what we want it to go out, so that to our members and to the nation, that we did not come here in anything or to set up anybody. Together with the government, we are law-abiding citizens, and we abide by the law. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Cameras loved him and social media crowned him. Kaunda was the people's champion for about 24 hours. Then came the next round of talks. Kaunda and his fellow stakeholders met again with the same government officials he had publicly embarrassed just a day earlier. And this time, when he emerged from the room, his tone had changed. He announced that the Matatu protest would be suspended for 1 week to allow room for dialogue.
With all due respect, and the respect that we have been given today here, as you can see, my sisters and brothers and the citizens of this nation, we want to extend that respect to the media and to the nation. What we have agreed here, I can confirm. The CS Mbadi and CS Mukomen are seated here, Wandai. I'm sorry for that. And our able governor, that the strike has been suspended. That is what I want our Kenyan citizen to hear. And since we have a nation to build and a government to run, Kenya is ours and we should build it. So therefore, on behalf of our transport stakeholder, our partner and our corporate, on behalf of our TSV, I want to assure them that since we have suspended...
Kaunda likely expected applause for choosing diplomacy over paralysis. After all, just hours earlier, he had been celebrated for challenging government officials on live camera. What he didn't realize is that in this political climate, proximity to Ruto's government is not neutral. It is suicide.
Venye mliongelelewa jana, mnafeel kama aliwaongelelea nyinyi?
Actually, tumeachwa nje sana sisi kama wafanyakazi wenye kwa ground, kwa sababu first of all unapata venye mafuta imepanda, watu wanataka kuongeza fare kwa sababu kila mtu analia kwa affected na hii economy sasa. Sasa kupandisha fare, mtu anakuambia ni mimi nimepandisha mafuta. Unaona? Nilikuwa tunataka tu mgomo ingeendelea kila mtu, na tunasema tu one time liwe liwalo, hii economy venye imetufanyia hatujakubaliana nayo.
Mimi kwa upande yangu nilikuwa nataka mgomo iendelee. Kulingana na venye walituambia ya kwanza tuweke gari parking kwanza ndio tuangalie venye mambo itakuja kukua. Hawakufanya hivyo. Mwisho walituambia turudi kazi, lakini mafuta ni ile ile tu. Huwezi kuwa unaongeza mafuta 46 shillings alafu unatoa na shilingi 10. Kwa hivyo bado hii tumechezwa. Next week tutaambiwa, si tumesema next week tunarudi barabarani kama watakuwa wamesikilizana. Itaongezwa tena hiyo wiki hiyo nyingine. Ikisaongezwa tena watutole shilingi 10. Kwa hivyo hiyo mgomo kwa upande wa watu wa matatu hawakuwa na shida. Sisi tuliambiwa tugome na tukagoma, tukasimama juu ya kusikiliza hasara ya wananchi. Wakati tutaongeza pesa, hata tuweke hiyo transport ikue mahali tunaenda kama ni 150 kwa 150, mwananchi lazima ataumia, lakini si hiyo pesa si ati inaenda kwa upande yetu. Haitaenda kwa upande yetu, inaenda kwa mafuta. Kwa hivyo president mali angekuwa lazima atoe hiyo, mimi kwa upande yangu angetoa hiyo 46 shillings. Arudishe hiyo mafuta mali ilikuwa.
At the moment he appeared aligned even temporarily with the administration, the hero narrative began to disappear. Within hours of that meeting, the government or its very busy propaganda wing pulled their favorite card, the hug of death.
Just between the five of us.
Ndio.
Ulipewa kitu?
Sikupatiwa kitu. Hiyo envelope hata naitafuta ako hapa. Hata nataka.
Na hiyo smile ilitoka wapi?
Mimi ni mtu wa kusmile na kucheka. Niangalia Jeff, anakuambia mimi ndio sababu niko na hiyo boldness.
Reports began circulating and verified but loud that Kaunda and other Matatu stakeholders had allegedly received 15 million Kenyan shillings from government officials. The reports claim each stakeholder walked away with up to 500,000 Kenyan shillings in exchange for calling off the protest. Of course, there were no receipts, no confirmation, just allegations. But in Kenya's current climate, allegations together with photos are enough for your obituary to be written online.
About mambo na kuongelelea, wale watu wao wanajua kitu chenye wanafanya huko juu. Lakini ukweli ni kwamba hata kama wakiongea wale watu ni wale wa kawaida tu. sio wale watu ambao hatuwajui, ni wale watu ambao tunawaelewa. So ukiona wakienda kuongelelea pale juu, wanaenda wanaongea mambo zao huko, lakini hapa chini watu tuko ground ndio tunaumia. Sisi wenye tuko ground sana sana ndio tunaumia. Wale watu wataenda waongeleshana wasigizane, lakini to make the matter worse, mafuta iko pale pale, fare wametuongezea na 10 bob. Hiyo ndio challenge kubwa. 10 shillings out of 46 shillings. So unapata 36 shillings ni sisi tunaligaramikia. So 10 bob haitusaidii. Hata tukipiga mahesabu kutoka hapa mpaka Malaa na 10 bob, unapata bado tuko na challenge. Yes.
You see, when the government can't defeat you in public, they invite you to the table. If that doesn't work, they claim you are paid to sit there. It doesn't matter if it is true. And what matters is that people believe it might be true. Because once doubt is planted, the critic stops attacking and starts defending. And that's exactly where Kaunda now finds himself. He is spending agonizing hours trying to convince a skeptical public that he hasn't touched a single shilling of state money. He is weeping on camera, lamenting that he has been used as a sacrificial lamb.
I have not received any envelope, and I'm not ready to receive one. My conscience is clear, my spirit is clear, and that is why my courage is driven from. I was in my office sitting. All of a sudden, I was called. Where are you? We are having a meeting. We are in this office. Where? So ran very fast. I had to take a motorbike, and I went. So what the statement I made, and being the man of the moment, actually it is what suspended the strike. Mm-hmm. And what I delivered was the goodwill which the government gave us. But one thing, that the fuel increase should be lowered.
And that is why our village elders always warned us. The goat that dines with the butcher shouldn't be shocked when it ends up on the menu. You see, Kenneth Kaunda pulled up a chair for dialogue, and now he is shocked to find that Kenyans have turned him into the main course.
On keeping up with the Kenya Kwanza government.
Siku moja mutajibu, na Kenya hii hatuwezi kukubali, hatuwezi kuwaruhusu mutuuzie ukabila.
All is not well in William Ruto's house, and this video is about to prove exactly why. You see, Ruto is the president of a nation of over 50 million people. By default, that means he sits atop a multi-billion shilling apparatus of intelligence chiefs, advisors, and information gatherers whose sole purpose is to make sure that when he opens his mouth in public, what comes out is accurate, verified, and absolutely bulletproof.
Mimi nimeamua ya kwamba hatutaki taifa ambayo imegawanywa kwa misingi ya ukabila.
Yet, when the president recently returned to the country, his public remarks made it painfully clear that his handlers have put him on a strict, low-calorie intelligence diet. Let me explain. It has been days since Rachel Wandeto succumbed to horrific burns after being attacked with petrol and set ablaze by unknown assailants. Rachel, you see, had not merely supported President Ruto with her voice. She had famously tattooed President Ruto's face on her body and publicly declared her admiration for him. In political terms, she was loyalty inked in permanent marker. And so, when tragedy struck one of their own, the response from President Ruto's camp turned the tragedy into an asset to be liquidated for political capital. Before investigators could even finish connecting the dots, Ruto's loyal bulldogs were unleashed at full speed.
Rachel plus 9 others of the Kikuyu community have died. Rigathi Gachagua, even if you become kingpin, you are going to be kingpin of dead people. Shame on you.
CS Murkomen and the rest of the usual suspects immediately declared the attack politically motivated, pointing accusatory fingers straight at Rigathi Gachagua.
Coupled with the recent violent attacks on Ms. Rachel Wandeto,
who passed on this morning, we are witnessing a clear scheme where a section of political class is making incendiary statements to fund intolerance and ethnic bigotry and organizing gangs to spread terror, sabotage government projects, and profile and intimidate those of different political opinion, especially those who support government.
The leader of so-called leader of the opposition, Rigathi Gachagua, has said, if you fight people of two-term, jeer them. If you fight people of two-term, don't, even the artists who are supporting two-term, don't go for their events. It is possible to actually create opportunistic attacks. I'm not saying directly related, but anybody can now take advantage of such utterances which are not worthy of any so-called leader. Yeah. And I can see here that I can see with some leaders in this country, we are headed for very, very, very delicate times. And you know, the danger is, today we are going to depend on government and police to defend ourselves. Tomorrow we'll defend ourselves and we'll do the needful.
According to them, Gachagua's reckless statements had incited bloodthirsty Kenyans to start hunting Ruto's loyalists.
Haiwezekani, munatia incitement. Binadamu anaenda kuchoma mwenzake kwa vile ako na tattoo. Munafanya iwe ati ni kuna heavy cost, na yule naye watermelon akatuma watu wakachome ofisi ya UDA Makueni.
That the former deputy president is on record inciting people who have a different opinion and telling people in his backyard that anybody who is having an alternative political opinion supporting President Ruto is a traitor, and the traitors must be punished. So the understanding of his supporters perhaps is that you must attack physically traitors, and he will be held personally responsible. And all other politicians who are engaging in these acts of violence will personally be held responsible. I see sometimes some of these politicians speaking about ICC, take this one ICC and so forth. I don't know if they know that they are making their bed now and they will lie in it.
And now that President Ruto is back in the country, he has picked up the same script exactly where his attack squad left it, loudly branding Rachel's attack as politically motivated and subtly pointing fingers at Rigathi Gachagua and his allies.
And I want to say, without fear of any contradiction, while I am here at the coast, for those of you who are visionless, the people who are agendaless, the people who have no vision for our nation, the people who have no plan for our nation, the people who have no agenda for our nation, you will not divide our nation using ethnicity. You will not divide our nation using hate. Hiyo mnafanya, the hate you are spewing. I want to tell you, one day, you will answer for the tribalism you are perpetuating in Kenya, for the hate you are perpetuating in Kenya. The life of Rachel Wandeto will not go unanswered. You who call others traitors, you mwenye mnawaita Wakenya wengine wasaliti, mpaka mama Rachel Wandeto ameuawa kwa sababu ya chuki yenu, kwa sababu ya ukabila yenu, kwa sababu ya profiling ambayo umefanya Wakenya wengine eti ni wasaliti. Siku moja mutajibu, na Kenya hii hatuwezi kukubali, hatuwezi kuwaruhusu mutuuzie ukabila, mutuuzie chuki, mutuuzie blackmail. We are telling you, we will not allow you to blackmail anybody in Kenya. You will not blackmail our nation using ethnicity. You will not blackmail our nation using hate. You will not profile citizens as traitors because they don't believe in your tribal bigotry. We are going to stand together as a nation. And one day, you will answer for what you are doing. Our nation will not go backwards. Our nation will move forward with unity because we are one nation, one people with a common destiny, and Kenya is going to move forward.
But the saddest part of this political circus is that the president is reading a fictional script, completely ignoring the actual briefing notes of his intelligence team and the DCI. You see, if the president's intelligence diet had even a gram of actual facts, he would know that Rachel Wandeto's death had nothing to do with the grand ideological battles of the UDA. In her own heartbreaking final moments from her hospital bed, Rachel described the motive herself, that her attackers weren't political critics debating the merits of the finance bill. They were thugs demanding a cut of what they assumed was her government fortune.
Kaniambia nitembee, kaniweka katikati, kanipeleka na uko mwisho makolecho na uko kwenu chino. Asa ndikuwa tu okay, juzi nilifuata tu na naona kuna watu wananifuata wanasema ni mimi. Sasa mimi nikaingia kwa ploti. Sikufikiria. Too serious. So mimi nikitoka kwa soko nikiteremka hivi. Naona tu watu wananiambia ni said man.
Her crime in the eyes of her killers wasn't voting for Ruto. It was the tragic mistaken assumption that her public devotion and famous tattoo had translated into bags of government cash. Even more damning is the stance of the bereaved family. Her family has begged for the political theater to stop. They have refused to be dragged into the Ruto-Gachagua civil war, pointing out that their daughter's death is a matter of homicide detectives and not political rallies.
As a family, we cannot talk conclusively because that's why the DCIs are there. Because, you know, online can say anything. And if we take side right now, and then investigations comes out otherwise, as a family, we may feel unfortunate. So for now, we want to leave it to DCIs. Whatever investigations they'll get, that is what the family will believe.
And yet, President Ruto has an agenda, and the agenda is Rigathi Gachagua is to be blamed.
Who are these politicians we are talking about? The investigations are not going, but the incitements, you know, the people who have been inciting. You know particularly that the former deputy president is on record inciting people who have a different opinion and telling people in his backyard that anybody who is having an alternative political opinion supporting President Ruto is a traitor, and the traitors must be punished.
Yeah, Stony PK, utaniruhusu nimalize hizi videos because huyu jamaa anataka kwenda. So if you don't mind, wacha tu nimalizie hizi video alikuwa amenipea, then you take over from there. Is that okay? Please, especially sasa now that hii issue ya Wandeto sasa imeanzia, Wandeto anakufa alafu sasa Ruto anaanzia kuitumia like a saint, the way he can now defend somebody.
Freedom is a non-negotiable cornerstone of our democracy. Members of the media must be protected and allowed to carry out their duties without interference. We deeply express concern over the alarming rise in police brutality witnessed nationwide. Current reports indicate that 4 citizens have lost their lives, 3 tragically shot dead, and 1 run over by a police vehicle, alongside numerous others who sustained severe gunshot injuries. These actions severely undermine the rule of law and erode public trust in law enforcement. We demand that the Independent Policing Oversight Authority expedite rigorous investigation into these state-sanctioned killings and assaults. Officers found culpable must face immediate arrest and prosecution, to guarantee justice for the victims and their families. According to the latest National Treasury Bulletin, Kenya's total publicly guaranteed debt surged to a record of Kenya shillings 12.8 odd trillion shillings by the end of February 2026. This pushes the country's debt to GDP ratio to an alarming 69.5%, say 70%, dangerously closing the gap between the gap toward the 73.4% historic peak seen in 2023. This trajectory poses a severe threat to national macroeconomic stability. The national government must move with speed to implement strategic fiscal intervention to lower the cost of living. And we repeat the cost of living because this is one of the 10-point agenda agreed upon by our hero, the late Raila Amolo Odinga, and the President of the Republic of Kenya. To immediately ease the burden on struggling households, we'll propose a direct reduction of Kenya shillings 54 in diesel prices through the following metrics. And we say diesel because diesel is the cornerstone of production, not just transportation, but also production. And it affects not only industries and the transport sector. Value-added tax, our proposition is that it should be reduced to 0%. That is tax on levy on fuel. Fuel levy to be reduced by Kenya shillings 7. Importers and marketeer margins should be cut by 4 shillings. The government, just by simply reducing waste in government, should direct a subsidy of Kenya shillings 5 billion specifically for diesel. And we are amazed that there was a proposition to cut down the cost of fuel by 10 shillings. This is what President Bush called voodoo economics. You increase tax by 60 shillings and then expect the people to applaud you for reducing the cost by 10 shillings, when in fact the tax and the cost remains high by more than 50 shillings. In the meantime, we appeal to citizens to exercise their democratic rights, and we urge all protesters to remain entirely peaceful and law-abiding. Acts of violence, looting, and destruction of property must be avoided at all costs. Such behavior only serves to undermine the legitimacy of public grievances and endangers innocent lives and local businesses. Signed by me, and you better get used to it, de facto party leader of ODM. Thank you very much. If there's any question on this matter, I would welcome you to ask a question. But before I allow you to ask questions, on my left is Honorable James Obiero Tare. We share the name James. For purposes of operation in Siaya, is our Deputy Governor and also the member for the Township Ward in Alego Usonga constituency. On my right is my comrade, Gordon Nguru, the Honorable Member for Assemble East Ward in Rarieda constituency. Yeah, I now welcome any questions. It looks like you're happy, yeah? Yeah, it looks you're happy.
There is an issue which has public uproar. Your remarks yesterday covered. There was still complaints from all quarters that you're supposed to actually apologize to the women leadership. Most of those who are complaining claim that in your remarks you related women. Given your remarks against Governor Wanga.
I think those comments should remain where they are. And you look back to what other people have said. The only thing that I need to say, there's a time when a very senior politician used to talk about Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga persistently, that he's uncircumcised, he is not a real man, and the reaction of Prime Minister Raila Odinga in public was huyu mzee anashidagana ina chombo changu. So take the question back to where it came from.
Today, members of the county assembly had a press briefing, and they said that if you do not apologize to women, they are going to collect signatures to impeach you.
You are telling me, I don't know. That's rumors. And I responded to threats. I not be the man I am. Or you have something to show.
Kiprila, I think that one is fine. Let me just allow the other. You can go to sleep. Let me just allow people to contribute. Video square mingi sana. Kama kuna kitu hatujaona, I'm sorry, we can see another day. Anyway, thank you for you waiting, because it's better for people now to give a live reaction. Please. Is that okay?
Right. No, yeah. Good. Wacha ni
Yeah.
kumzika. Asante sana.
So let just people react. Bye. Okay, good. Stony PK, without any further ado, can you react to Mbere's stupidity? Oh, sorry, Stony PK, without any further ado, can you react to Mbere's stupidity? Because for me, I think that is stupidity of the highest order. Stone, are you there? Kama yuko karibu, Julia, go ahead. What's up? Hakuna watu studio ama ni nini? Shida ni nini? Stone PK, are you there? Ama ni mimi sina sauti. Stone, are you there? Julia huko? Julia, are you there? Na tumetoa mavideo zili muongee. Okay, ni sawa. Haunipati? Eh. Wacha niingie kwa simu. Okay. Naingia na simu because I don't know if I'm audible or not. Okay. Can you hear me, Stone PK? Yeah, nimeingia mpaka na simu because Mbudi anasema it is Stone PK. Oh, okay. So maybe he has to look for ways to okay. Basi kama ni Stone PK is okay. Sikuwa nikijua, unajua. Naweza kuwa hapa na people are not hearing you. Stone kindly drop. Okay, ni sawa. So I needed to hear those reactions of Mbeere. Like watu wanafikiriaje because it's quite it should be quite telling. Kidogo. Go ahead. Stone PK, can you talk? Yes, Stone PK, I'm listening. Okay, ongea sasa. Speak. Hello. Tafuta gadget ingine uingie nayo. Ama uingie na simu sasa. I think so. The judge looked jumpy and nervous, tells you he did not believe in self-read verdict. What a shame. Ni Mwamba anasema hiyo verdict ni ya ujinga. But now what do we say? So mimi swali nauliza ni tutajipangaje sasa hapo mbele? Sababu hapo mbele kunaonekana kuna snow na kuna bumps. Tunajipangaje? Unajua hata safari iko na snow na bump. Kuna vile unaruka. So tutajipangaje? So I need to hear your reaction. Okay. Yeah, Stony PK, you can return because I don't know what to say. And it is something which we have to react na tujiulize sasa kama uchaguzi itakuanga hivi. What is the benefit to the people? And you know elections have consequences, and elections are ways in which people choose how to be governed. So is the court helping Kenyans in choices of how they want to be governed? Ni swali tu nauliza, are courts helping Kenyans on answering the question, this is how we need to be governed? Because ultimately it is something which we have to talk about. The way we are doing things, is it the way we want to be governed? Oh, sawa, naitishwa link kidogo. Right. Sawa, Stone PK, I'm sending, maybe kwa simu itafanya. Let's see. Sawa, ndio hiyo. So Stone PK, you have the link. Matiangi said kura zake, Helen, you have to tell me that. You have to tell me. Matiangi ni bulletproof gani yako nayo ya kura zake hazitaibiwa? Na unaona hawa watu wanaiba wakijua kwamba pale kwa koti mambo itapita. I need practical solutions, because surore upinzani vile wako sasa, they are now making people to lose hope, and that is what Ruto want. Watu wa lose hope wasiende, wasipige kura, waseme hata hiyo kura itaibiwa tu. Bwana Mwamba, I want to understand, Ruto ataiba kura sawa sawa. Ruto ataiba kura sawa sawa, ili hata ukua tu, hata we Mwamba ukua hapo Kenya unasema sasa hizi naenda kupiga za nini na zitaibiwa zote. It's a very powerful trick to prevent people from voting. Eren Watue ananichekelea hapa, I don't know what you are saying. Matiangi said kura zake hazitaibiwa. You also saying I am coming for you. Matiangi doesn't make empty talk. So why is he quiet confidence? Said Njiro, whoever comes with a remedy for the political stupidity practiced in Kenya has my accolade. Ade Mwamba ako tayari kupigia mtu saruti. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, I am yani to Aaron, you are just confident without even evidence of why you should be. Me, I need evidence. You need to tell me why I should be confident with the way things are happening. Helen, please. tafakisali. No, that one is not enough. Eren, I need practical ways uniambie, because me I don't want us to try with somebody tunapeleka mtu pale kura zake zote ziibiwe na amesimama tu hivi tu kama zuzu. I have started seeing that. Watu tu wanataka kutuambia kura haziwezi ibiwa, kura haziwezi ibiwa, tunafika pale mbele tunaibiwa zote. Alafu sasa hata yeye anaanzia kutuangalia. Karibu kutuuliza sasa nifanyeaje? I'm telling you. It is also a game. It is also a game. Unaibia watu mpaka wanapoteza matumaini. And I will give you an example. Unaona hata Ana amefika hapa. Kenyans and Africans even give up with the stealing. Kuna pahali watu hawezi enda. Nairobi andi tumepapea pajina. Unaona pale ukipitia pale unagongwa ngeta. Pale ukipitia pale unagongwa ngeta. Policemen know hiyo pahali watu wanapigwa ngeta. Kila mtu anajua hiyo pahali anapigwa ngeta. Why do we give up with even places where people are being killed? Ama pahali andi unasikia pahali inasemekana hii pahali ni black spot hii. Hii pahali watu wanakufia hapa. And we don't even care about it. That is what is happening now. We have already seen a black spot. Na tunapita hapo 100. Wewe yani wacha kuniingililia hapa tuache kizungu. In any case mimi hata siongei kizungu, so I don't know why you even telling me. Ama wewe ndio umeachua shindano na Acacia. Sasa juu lazima shindano ipewe mtu wa kudungwa, and I'm only alone here. Sasa mimi ndiye napewa injection, wewe wacha. So ile kitu najaribu kusema ni there is now typical evidence unaibiwa kura yako Kenya na court. So this is what it is. Wewe kura yako ikiibiwa umeisha. Hata usikuje kuambia raia umeibiwa. There is nothing you can do. And that is what many politicians will do. They will be doing everything. Wanaiba sababu wanajua kule mbele ni kuzuri. Hata Ruto atawaambia wewe enda uibe kura zako, make sure umeiba, uko mbele tutakusaidia. Na sasa wanaweka makoti, wanasema nyinyi makoti kazi yenu ni hizo makesi mnaletewa. Sijui kama umenielewa? Kiora. No Kenya. Kiora, can you hear me? Bwana Kiora there is a. Inakuaje Kiora hizi sikika? Is this normal? Mr. Shura. Ellen Watroy, you have to convince me. Kuna mimi siwezi. Siwezi amini hivyo. Ile mambo imetendeka Kenya. Siwezi amini ati huyu kura zake haziwezi ibiwa. I cannot. Siwezi amini. Wacha tu mimi niamini kura zinaibiwa. In fact, I've even started putting a loose hand now because inaonekana na Gachagua akikuja hapa Marekani, Mungu anipe hiyo neema. That is a typical question you will have to answer me. I will make sure nimemuuliza na sio kuniambia ati uwezi iba kwa national election. Wacha Gachagua akuje hapa tena. Hiyo swali lazima nijibu. It will be my only question. Itanifanya nikate tikiti ya ndege wherever you will be. Na this time round hata nisuiria kuuliza swali. Because this idea of following stupidity is too much. Ebu jaribu mic yako tusikie kama uko kwa shimo.
1 2 testing.
Ndio hiyo finally umefika. What's happening man?
No,
It is
they
taking
don't
ages
want,
for you to
they
come.
don't want us to talk about Ndere North.
Now, let me begin by asking you a question.
Please go.
Why should we wait for 2027 based on trends now? Why? Convince me that I need to vote and go in the ballot and focus on elections in 2027. Convince me, Stony PK. I'm almost reaching to a level whereby there's no. I'm almost mimi mwenyewe hakuna haja ya kupiga kura, and I don't think I will waste time. I don't think so. Stony PK, niko karibu kufika hapo, na msiniambia ati ni story ya kupoteza matumaini. Niko Stony PK, I'm almost 95% sitapiga kura. If I don't get a serious leader, mimi kura sipigi.
Jiro, acha tantrum bwana, acha tantrum. Umechezea watu vile jaji ameongea.
We had it here. Sasa wewe niambie sasa, si majaji ni hao. Sasa ndio nataka uniambie sasa, kwanza mkatuzungusha na story ya recount.
Alafu
because najua recount was ni ile tu kwanza tu kuwatuliza, so tukaambua sasa because you know we are so stupid atufuatake, nikasikia tukasema zimeambua zirudiwe zihesabiwe. Sasa hapo ndio watajua wizi vile ziliibi. Oh, the issue of Kenyans accepting stupidity is warranting. Sinisikia watu wakiniambia wakisema hivyo, rudi meniko menyeka kule ila wewe. Anyway, sorry big, wacha nikumalizie. Go ahead.
Ani anasema anisikii.
Uoni ni ile ya kucheka?
Okay. Oh yeah. All right. Okay. Now, Jiru, I hope umecheza hiyo clip mpaka ukacheza mahali the judge, you know, after the judge read the judgment, okay, he analyzed step by step, for those of us who followed it live. And then I hope umechezea watu hapa mwisho, where he was trying to say you write a separate report and his recommendation. This is the first time we are hearing that kind of a thing in Kenya. A judge saying ataandika guidance to an authority on how they should conduct themselves, and he was even citing examples. And I'm so happy that Ndegwa Njiru, your namesake, is such a sharp lawyer and very diplomatic. Because what does that tell you? It tells you a lot. That now overrules the judgment that was delivered. That whitewashes the judgment. Because as a judge, once you deliver the judgment, it shows that you had to do that piece to clean your hands like Pilato, all right? Deliver what you are supposed to deliver for that purpose. But then here, now you want to give what you really think is the thing. Because you cannot say that the elections were not conducted properly, and you are even citing the entire country and elsewhere, and even affirming that as a Kenyan, you've seen, and Kenyans can see how things have happened. And even saying, yes, we even see people being bribed. But of course, Anna Kimbilia, he covers himself by saying that evidence has to be provided. It has to be availed. Now, the contradiction, and I can almost bet if this appeal, because Njiru is appealing, if this appeal lands to somebody that wants to put things right for Kenya and for the sake of the upcoming 2027 elections, if the judge of appeal or whoever they'll sit, if they are really Kenyans and they have Kenya at heart, this thing will be overturned totally for austerity. Because you cannot have where you are saying, yes, there was violence, but it was not widespread. I mean, violence is violence, even if it was in one polling station. How can you really do that? And I want to hear how the judge of appeal will really be able to reason that. What kind of law is that? For example, in an election, what I know is that if there is even one case of violence, you cannot start judging of what magnitude it was. There was a malpractice in one polling station that turned away the voters. Then you start calculating the percentage of that went down during that time, and to try and relate it to the general turnout of the constituency. Surely, olisikia wapi hiyo kind of a thing? It is shambolic. It is sad. It is unfortunate. It is theatric. And for me, I'm just seeing a tunnel that is being prepared by all quarters towards where Kenyans are going to drain into. You cannot really give that kind of a judgment and expect that Kenyans will be so enthusiastic to go and vote. It is sad. That, in fact, I wish even this case, and I wish this judge would even have exonerated himself out of that, if at all he had, even if he had pressure and all that. You can leave the case hanging and you say, for various reasons, I'm not able to do that. And I don't think that is cowardice. I mean, if you are a real principled person, and I thought the judge was, from, when I was listening to his way, the way he was listening to the case and asking questions, he appeared to me, I don't know him, I don't remember seeing that guy. I even didn't know where he emerged from, but he seems to be a mature person. I was holding him with very high regard, not as that he should have ruled the case in favor of opposition, but I just thought out of his demeanor, he looked somebody really very sober and very attentive and very detailed. And for me, the judgment resembles that of this lady called Mother Kome. Very similar, you say, yes, there was violence, but it was not widespread. Yes, there was this, but this was not. Now, come on, Gitibori, this happened, but it was not everywhere. This happened, but there was no evidence. Surely, I don't know. Maybe lawyers in the house can come and tell us those kind of a thing. Anyway, all said and done, for me, I tend to think it is a miscarriage here. Maybe the language should not have been what it was, because from what we know, any small bribery, any bribery of whatever nature, whether big or small, is interference and it is bad. So what will happen now, 2027, with this kind of trend, we shall have actually widespread malfunctioning, and then it will be upon the united opposition to give proof for each and every 10,900 and I think 10,900 something polling stations. Opposition will have to really capture what will go on in each and every of those 10,000 plus polling stations. That is a tall order. That is a tall order. Opposition will also have to prove that Kamago is not there, and they will have to access the system to be able to prove if there will be any malpractice. That is a tall order. Okay, that is a real tall order. And Njiro, as you are saying, yeah, it is important to try now and start asking these people. When you say utaiba election yetu, surely hiyo itakuwa ni kama ile siku ya Wakamba walikuwa na njaa, mama akaenda kuchemshia watoto mawe, anawaambia ekala ninde no muko ya malu, yani hiyo nini hapo, hiyo mawe ilikuwa inachemka kufanya watoto wakuwe na hope that watakula, na wakakaa mpaka asubuhi as they were waiting for marabuni to boil. So I tend to think, with all due respect, that I think Kenyans have been beaten to it. Mwizi ametuweza. It is good to admit, and we rather should not pretend. I don't think we should pretend. I don't think we should pretend. Okay. I know you know, people might think if people have not actually keenly listened to that judgment, they will start jumping here and there saying, oh, you know, this was right, this was that, this was this. And I would want anybody who thinks that yes, it carried all the merit, for somebody to come and tell us. Because if Njiru, I don't know whether people have analyzed that statement, the report that the judge stated. Njiru, did you follow it yourself? Did you really get what he said? Or you are pissed off and you did it? Because I can see even people in the comment section here, they didn't listen to him.
Tony PK, as you
Yes.
speak, can you tell me what Robert is saying there? Ebu soma your comment. The judge recommendation was straightforward. IBC has a problem.
No, Robert has a serious problem. I wish he can come to the show.
So let me ask you a question, Kidogo. I want to ask you a question in terms of that.
Yeah.
You want to tell me that the court cannot be able to determine problems of IBC and rule according to those problems which IBC has?
It's only Maraga who can do that. But Robert and these kind of judges, they have no capacity to do that. And it is shameful. It is very shameful for you to say as a judge that the referee, when you say there was problem, it means the referee was wrong. So whatever the referee was doing, it was a sham. Then you come and say you are not given evidence to do that. What sort of nonsense is that? You are saying you are not given it, then he should have just kept quiet. This is where I'm telling you God is on our side. God is helping. He's the one who is making people contradict themselves. That has never happened in any court of law. Tell Robert that. It has never happened. And even Njiru said it. It's the first time a judge gives a judgment, then you come and start saying, I'm going to write a recommendation that things did not go well, that IBC has a problem, they should even start an inspectorate, they should do this, should do that, and yet you have ruled that in favor of them who oversaw an election. Then you say they have a problem. What kind of shit is that? I mean, sijui hivyo watu wanathink aje. What is he going to recommend? And yet you see, by him saying everything went on okay. So what are you telling IBC to do? Njiru. Hii kitu ningetaka kuisikia na a sober court of appeal. I'm not saying they should rule in favor of me, but I just want them to, we want to get something very sober and straight. You don't come here saying Son PK ameshinda kikombe, lakini referee was not fair. What are you telling us? That the referee had faults, referee had problems. I think there's even a nursery school kid would not accept it. That guy, the judge was limited on what to do, determined. Come on.
I think
Robert should attend basic law class in his courses. I think he didn't have that. What do you mean limited? What do you mean limited? Well, you are limited when you are told 2 polling stations had violence. That limits you from nullifying. How did Maraga nullify the elections? If Robert says that judge was limited by Ruto, yes, that I will agree. Yes, because you can see it. And you can see he was at pain because the higher authority have said this case has to go this way. Look at even the references he made. Look at even when you are saying that there were no alteration of the register. The interference of register by even one person, it's a serious issue. So you wanted the whole register out of the total number of votes to have been tampered with. If by only one person, it is not one as a voter, it is the technicality and malpractice at that access. That malpractice is what is looked at. It's not the number. It's not the number, my friend. It's not the number. You know, this is the first time. By the way, there will be an uproar of this. Tomorrow you will hear analysis of people. They will be saying exactly what we are saying here. Yeah. You know, people did not want to really kind of show this judge some hostility, because all along he looks humble and he looked all that, and people know that he's under pressure. He was under pressure to do that. But if I were him, I would have washed my hands and then hand over that case to somebody else. I would not have done it. I would have just disqualified myself, because it is terrible. Because all those excuses he has made, they are just cooked. And unfortunately, I wish he never gave up that last bit, but he was lured into that wittingly by akina Ndegwa Njiru. Walimuingiza kwa hiyo kona, you know. And that's why I think Ndegwa Njiru is a very sharp lawyer. They pulled him out into that when they suggested, can you? But anyway, Kenya tumeingia kwa shida kubwa kabisa. So you can imagine if that is what has happened. The Malaba case, nothing. You are told there are no grounds. There are no grounds. And then you are telling me that in 2022, that's a joke. For me, so that people don't die and don't suffer. Because 2027 will be very bad. I would tell people to abandon elections and let Ruto rule. Simple as that. Other than being, doing shambolic things, doing nonsense, just to rubber stamp and approve Ruto in the other way around. Well, people might say what they want to say, but for me, I would not be dragged into that garbage, that nonsense. No, I'd rather go, you tell me, nimeogopa, and avoid Kenyans from dying. Because that is exactly what Ruto will do. We will go to the streets in a very big way, by the way. You can imagine what will happen. You can imagine. Do we want to have that? I don't think so. For the sake of what? Kuonyesha sisi ni wanaume? That I would not. Anybody can say whatever he or she thinks. Back to you, Njiro.
So I think, Stony PK, within that reaction, I want to get a simulation analysis from Roba on what he thinks about some of the decisions which are made by Kenyan institutions. Unajua leo nataka nielewe Roba vizuri. Juu nimesikia comment yake from some time back. So today I want to understand you. Roba, can you react to that judgment na uniambie ulielewa wewe? Ama wako sawa ni sisi tuko na shida?
No, mkona shida na Stone K kuna shida because we have emotions. Sometimes we have to put emotions aside and hear exactly what the judge said. So before I say about the judgment, I watched the whole proceedings before even the case started. Even I followed everything. When the case started, the judge was only limited to find out the evidence provided. The evidence provided, will it be enough, to overturn the election? We are talking about the number he got, the difference. The difference which was like 400 votes. That was the main thing when this all thing started. So when you look at the judge's ruling, to tell the truth, IBC has a problem. That one is true. But hear what he said, and that's very, very important. I mean, when I follow this thing here, the evidence provided, before all this started, I was expecting ile force ambayo tuliambiwa siliweka huko ndani. So he said very clearly, it's only one station where there was a malfunction, or not a malfunction, but where there was somebody voted, one person voted illegally. That one, he put it aside. So the violence, the so-called violence, which happened violence, did it make like some votes were lost? Whatever was Kurambasilipiwa? No, that was determined. Then another thing was, if you look at it, the evidence about the team from I can call them on my side because that's what the guys I wanted them. So what the judge said was, yes, there was some evidence, but these things like now he kept on talking about things like bribery. Bribery, there was no thing you said. You get somebody face to face as he was bribed and he changed the vote. That's what he said. And that one, even the lawyers from this side, they were on the other side, they also said very clearly they were happy with the ruling. Do you know why? The judge's ruling doesn't mean that was the end of the case. What he said very clearly, what the mandate he was given, he must determine is if the election or whatever happened affect the election. But if these guys they go to appeal on the other side, saying there was some of this malpractice and other things, that's now the Supreme Court or the High Court, whatever I think it's the Supreme Court, to determine on that. Even he stated about it, but him, it was only limited on his what he was supposed to find. Unaona? So that's why I'm saying the judge's ruling, in fact, wacha nikwambie ukweli, I'm happy that guy, the recommendations. That was very good. He even said some of these people have to be prosecuted for what they did. At least we have to start from somewhere. But I don't mean, okay, the election was free and fair, but was it enough to overturn the results? That's what he was looking for. And he said it. That was the main thing. So whatever happens, and guys, to be sincere with you, if you look at these things, everything was concentrated on IBC. IBC, the issues was IBC. But if you look like some of the things me I was looking, unajua when they say there are some 2 stations about they want to open the boxes, I thought wakifungua they will get some of the fake ones which were put there. Remember this guys, kila mtu alienda wakafunga huko, kila mtu alienda ufunguo. Remember that. So that's where I'm coming from. Stone PK, I can just think that I'm crazy, but sometimes when you are in a court of law, you have you have to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt to change everything. So What did these guys?
And how do you prove, kidogo, Roba? How do you prove to a bribed judge?
How do we know? I don't know about bribery. That's something.
No. But you know,
can you bring the tape
I'm,
where
no,
it was
I'm
bribed?
giving you an hypothesis. No, I'm just giving you an hypothesis, because it is something which can happen in Kenya. There was a time when tuliambiwa kuna judge alipewa 100 million kwa petrol station in Kenya. Alikuwa anaitwa, sijui kama unakumbuka huyo judge bwana Stone PK. Yule judge alikuwa alipewa pesa somewhere in a petrol station. So what I'm trying to tell you, because bwana Roba, I want us to think in a rational way. You know how Kenya is. Even without the details, kama huyu judge amebraibiwa majabraibiwa, hypothetically anaweza kuwa alipelekewa pesa. It can happen in Kenya. It can happen in Kenya. So help me to convince a judge who has been bribed. Nataka uniambie, help me, because it happens in Kenya. Kenya people get bribed.
The one thing is, I can't tell you something. Can you play the tape where it says he was bribed? Do you have something there?
Roba, sorry, with all due respect, nafikiria wewe umekaa US sana. You are no longer Kenyan. Let me prove to you you are no longer Kenyan.
You want to make judgment like
no,
that?
Let me prove to you. Let me prove to you.
Roba,
you are saying that the malpractice was not widespread. It was not equal to 200. Who reasons like that? That the malpractice should have been equal to 200 votes, surely, Roba, with all due respect. So if there was one murder, this should have been equivalent of 200 people, because that was the vote difference, surely, really, Roba, that every malpractice should have been equated to a figure of 200 because that was the difference, really? Which court? Where on earth were you equivalent? Why did Maraga nullify the elections? Is it because the malpractices were equal to the millions of votes that Ruto?
Guy, that's the problem with Stone PK. You are right. But the judge, what he told you, that's what was not want to determine. He was limited on what to say that what represented, what was represented. Now, this case, they can go back to the Supreme Court where the case came from. Now, they have the powers to do that. He was just given the powers to determine from what happened, whatever's been represented, it was there like something enough to overturn the election.
How enough? How much is enough, Roba, in your own judgment?
That's what he said. Remember what he said. And
he's an idiot.
He's an idiot. He even recommended Stone PK. He even recommended that these guys should just move to the next stage because that's the only people who have that kind of.
But he made, listen, Roba, we are saying he made a fool of himself. Don't praise a judge who looks so intelligent, but he goofs. The judge has goofed terribly, Roba. Go listen to Kenyan news from tonight, utasikia. This is a judge that has proved he's an idiot. Total idiot. Kabisa idiot. You cannot say the fire that was caused in one polling station, and then there was a temporary skirmish. Temporary skirmish in a polling station, Roba, even if it was for 10 minutes, then you say it's not equivalent to the 200 votes.
What did he tell you?
Let me
what
finish.
Did he say?
I'm saying what he said. I'm saying what he said. He said you followed the judgment. He said the temporary blackout at the temporary fight, in fact, where they say that there was fire at Getivori, and people could not vote for some time, that is not big enough to interfere with the election. Then on the other second, where there was this, the CS came with vehicles covered, government vehicles, number plates covered so that they are not taken. And then he says, in India, there was one guy that was made to punish and actually banned from election because of using government helicopter to hop from one place to another. Why was he giving that example? And then he gives it parallel. Let me finish.
Now you even prove yourself.
You don't listen. I'm asking you, you will answer. I'm asking you, why did he give the parallel of a person who was fired in India and fined and barred from elections? He juxtaposed it with the CS there who came with government vehicles. Why do you give that kind of parallel? And then you just say you did not have enough evidence to
You are
prove that
not,
those
the judge
vehicles
gave
were
you
government vehicles.
Kenya Revenue Authority. You don't need to go to India. It's example, he gave Kenya Revenue Authority, they do it. He just said the problem IBCs, but whatever happened,
Roba, you did
whatever
not
happened.
understand the judgment. Wacha tusiargue. Let me put it
Why
to
is
rest.
it that you are always right? Everybody's wrong on this
No,
thing.
no, not. I'm not saying I'm right. I listened. We can replay the clip here. You are not. You did not hear him giving about India and juxtaposing it with the Kenyan use of civil servants using equipment that
He
Serikali.
was in India and he said India's elections before they were being tampered like the way it's being done in Kenya right now.
You are lost. You are no. Njiro, let Njiro come. You didn't. You got lost. Let Njiro replay the clip for you. Then you'll know what I'm saying. You are lost. Before he reached there, he said in India, go back to listen to when he brought in the Indian example, when he talked of that minister. Hiyo ya baadaye, where he was in India and all that, he talked to it when he was giving the report. He was saying he would do a report. But when he was reading the judgment, go listen. Go listen to that.
I listened the whole thing. Why you telling me and I listened the whole thing?
You didn't. You missed that. I can tell you, you missed. You missed
The
that
thing
one.
is, the elections, the problem is there are no votes. They opened that box, there was no fake votes.
Forget about opening the boxes. The boxes were in custody
But
of
that's
government.
what we were saying
Listen.
before. We said there was some fake, they put some
No. Don't
votes
take
in
us
there.
there. We know boxes have been there. They're with the government. We know boxes were stuffed in Karatina. We know votes were corrected. Don't give that as our evidence. We don't even go with that.
That's
no
what
way
we
the government.
represented. We said stations where they said there's some malpractice which took place.
That was just one of the allegations which we don't even hold dear, because we know what happens with those boxes. Okay, that's why I'm telling you, umekaa nje sana, hata ujui boxes zinakujanga zikiwa stuffed.
What are you talking about? When I'm a foreigner, I did the last election and I'm on to the next one.
And
the
you don't know
problem with
boxes are stuffed. You don't know
the
boxes
problem
are
is-
stuffed and exchanged. You don't know that.
What's that?
You don't know that boxes come, they are stuffed with vote and marked, and then they are exchanged. Do you know that?
What did I say?
No, I'm asking. Are you aware of that?
No, what did I say?
I don't know what you say.
Then why are you making judgment if you don't know what I said?
No, I'm asking you a question. You should tell me yes or no.
Don't
And then
Don't PK. Don't think that. What I'm saying is, you see the problem. You think that we should all of us be one-sided and no.
No.
What was said? What
Please,
was said very
with all due
clearly.
respect, Roba, don't agree
You
with
want
me.
people to be one-sided. I'm not want to be one-sided.
No.
What I'm saying was, the way the evidence was presented, the judge said very clearly. Okay, they put some allegations there. Like the one thing he kept on saying was this thing of people being helped through Saidia was saying that one. So the problem he had with that one was which side? Each side can claim that one happened. Unana. I don't mean that there was no mad practice, but he told you he was limited himself. He was limited to determine the number of votes which were cast. Yeah? And yet, what we represented was those two stations, there were some issues. We had malpractice, maybe there was like people came and voted maybe twice, maybe some illegal, whatever. Then he said very clearly. Yeah. So, you know what? I'm not here to come and just like I have to be like Stone PK, reason like you, the way you want it. Now you are making judgment that Robert has been in America for a long time, as if you even don't know. How long
Which
I've
is,
been
which is
America,
true,
bwana?
which is true, Robert. You are disoriented. It is true. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. When did you last participate in elections in Kenya? It's not a bad thing to say that.
2022, and I'm
A
going to
voter.
participate 2027.
You are a voter, isn't it?
I am.
Yeah, you voted and went home. you, you voted and went home, bro. You don't know what goes on.
Yeah,
You are
I'm
not
about
even an agent.
Ukisikia bro imetoka.
Yes. I can tell you, Robert was never an agent. You are just a voter and went home.
No, the last time I was an agent, I was not even, by that time, I was not even, I was under, like, I was not even, that was like, I can't remember the election which was there.
You see,
and I got
you see?
beaten. I was beaten on a station. I never forget. I will never go back. I will never go back. I got the beating.
So
I
I'm
got
right,
the beating.
Robert. I'm right. Hiyo dhamani na ilikuwa hivyo. Sasa it's worse. It's bad news, Robert.
No, I'm just, you asked me when the last time I was an agent of an election. I told you that was a long time, and that one I will never forget one. But what I'm saying is, I reasoned that church, Vidal Sema, and what he said. If there was private, that one I don't know.
Giro,
But
for the
what
sake
I'm
of
telling
time,
you
why
was,
don't you play that thing and pause? Play
no,
and
what I'm,
pause.
it's 20K. What I'm
Because we are
telling you
wasting
was,
time.
that church gave something very important.
Lawyer.
Yeah, we are wasting time.
I'm really sorry, Nini. Robert akimbia hapa. He said my Nini is my audio is not very good, so I can't do anything now. Tutaongea tu. My audios are very bad. I don't know why. Go ahead. Inaongea ikiglitch.
You know, my fear is we don't misrepresent things, to our people who are listening and all that. And for me, what I don't know, I say I don't know. What is my opinion is my opinion. I listened very carefully to the 8 points that were given. Mr. Mwamba is there. You should welcome him.
And let's hear the initial reaction from Mr. Mwamba concerning that. Na sijui kama Bwana Mwamba mulipatana na Stony PK ama ilikuwa pia hotea ingine?
Wewe acha kuwasha moto wewe. Unataka kunichoma kwa Mwamba, unajua Mwamba ameniwekea wanted sababu
Bana, mimi sina wanted yako. Kwanza nataka ukuje ununue chai sasa ama kahawa. Twende kule kwenu mbele unionyeshe huko.
Huko lazima nikupeleke juu ndio utakuwa unaniunga mkono ukiambia watu huyu mtu si mwizi. Unajua watu sasa lazima uambie huyu I know him. Hata kama umenijua mwaka 2 unawaambia ni mwichi miaka 45. This man is honest and juu sasa ile mambo imekuja ni noma bwana. Sasa hakuna integrity.
Bwana usione roba sana. Ana anasema for 1 minute he got convinced.
Convinced about what?
I'm just asking, what are your initial reaction to the verdict?
No, my reaction to that judgment is very simple. Number one, I'm not a lawyer, so possibly my observation is completely wrong. But as a human being, that judge looked like even his reading, hiyo kitu ni kama aliandikiwa, or he wrote a judgment and it was altered for him to read, because he kept even correcting it with a pen. Anyway, he looked very, very nervous. And of course, you can tell that he was not telling what he believed in. That is neither here nor there. My point of argument is simple. If he found so many faults in those counts that were presented by the petitioners, and then he starts calculating percentages to tell us that this is how the percentage looks like, and it could not have altered the election or the result of the election, then I think there should be something in the constitution or in the law of IBC to tell us what percentages are acceptable for somebody to pass. Now, there was in 2017 what they call a precedent. Yeah. whereby I remember the Supreme Court said election is not an occasion. It is actually a process. So if the process is not right, the election is not viable. So if there are all those malfunctions that whatever, those things that were noted that were not right. Number one, violence. There was violence. He did not tell us there, and he said that the violence could not have changed the election because it appeared like it is on one station. Then they should tell us what percentages of stations violence should appear so that now election is not valid. He kept on saying so many other things that were not right, but he would come with a conclusion that that would not change the election result. I found that judgment to the most stupid thing that I have ever had, and definitely it will not stand trial. It will not stand the whatever. These guys are, what do you call it? They are petitioning the next court. What do you call that? Haki hata Kiingereza imekwisha makasiriko. Yeah.
Court of appeal. Court of appeal.
They are appealing the verdict, which I think would be a success because it was so poor. It was so poorly presented. That judge aki ile amekula hata yeye imuumize tumbo aki. So that is my simple observation. But with that precedent that election is not an event, it's actually a process. So if there was something wrong in that process, then that election should be nullified. In fact, there is no election that deserved to be nullified than that one of Wamudende. It was so bad. But a judge comes up and tells us how good it was and how Wamudende is the duly elected member of parliament for Bere. So that's my take.
Aya, kuna mtu anamuita Justice Muongo.
Yeah, so hey guys.
Anaitwa Muongo.
So, Muongo.
Basi ni Muongo basi.
Yeah, so the one thing also I think also we have to bear in mind is said very clearly that is on that one that he was not given to determine that one. He had to be aware and come and the next stage. Even the other lawyers agreed that now the next. So he said, he just put himself. He was only to see whether the total, if there was affected or some numbers or whatever manipulation, you come and that's what the only thing was supposed to. But he gave some of the malpractices which happened. Now the next stage can determine that one. Even he said it that way, from my understanding. I mean, to be sincere with you, he said he boxed himself. He said, this is what I was told to determine this. I got you wake up. But the other ones, if you go that way, that one has to be determined by so and so. Unana. Like I said before, there were some malpractices. That one is determined. But according to him, when he had those numbers, whatever he found and other things, the election cannot be changed. But at the same time, he's giving us like there's some people have to be prosecuted for tampering and other things. None. So that one, for me, if we had the guts to give a recommendation and he recommended prosecution, something I've been just saying that every time we have election, people are going very soft. If you do malpractice, you should be prosecuted. Now the question remains, will these people be prosecuted? That's the question.
You see, Robert, this guy, this judge kept on shooting himself on the legs. Anasema that there are some people who are going to be prosecuted for having committed crimes in the election process. And then the election was still good, even though there were some people who are even going to be taken to court for malpractice of the same. So what are we talking about here? Are we talking about two different issues? Are we talking about the same election where these people committed crimes? And if those crimes were committed there, don't they affect the elections?
That's what he
Honestly,
said. Okay,
this
remember.
is a very funny kind of a verdict that I've never heard
Yeah,
before.
I agree with you. I agree with you, yes. So what he said was, whatever happened here was not enough to change the direction of South. But for him, a crime's a crime. Unana. So that's what he put it there. And that's why, in fact, like I agree with Stone PK, when the lawyers, when they put him there, then even kind of gave them a legal room they want to appeal. Even kind of was agreeing with them.
May I ask you one question, Mr. Oba?
Yes.
Is a crime committed during the election process an irregularity?
So the thing is this. Look it, okay.
Yeah,
Look
I'm
this
asking
way.
you a question because
Look it this way.
As I said, I'm
Okay.
not a lawyer, but I can say that there was a precedent that was actually passed by the Supreme Court of Kenya. Can you listen to me for first a little bit?
No, you asked me a question and I understood what you asked me. Yeah,
Okay.
you asked me, but I was giving you a big picture. So if we say this malpractice was enough to overturn the election, it's like saying somewhere in Kisii constituency, people come to the leaguing, then from there now we cancel the whole of Kenya elections because somebody came and leaked in Kisii.
No, that's not a fair argument, Robert. We are talking about Mbere.
No, look it that way.
No. That bigger
I'm
picture does
asking
not
you
look
a
like
question.
that one doesn't look like a good example, even if you are giving me a bigger picture. We are talking about one election which was in Mbere constituency where the malpractices were done. And what I'm saying, and my argument here is very simple. If we go by the precedent that was formed by the Supreme Court of Kenya, not even an English court or an American or Indian stuff, it is the Supreme Court of Kenya that said irregularities and whatever else that made them nullify a presidential election. That should be enough to say that if there were irregularities in Mbere, irregularities in the process of election, then that election is supposed to be nullified. By just that simple precedent.
Yes, that's what he said, and he said it's not for him to determine. It was going to determine something else.
It is him. It is him to determine, Robert. He's the judge. Hiyo ndio kazi yake. Who else should determine this thing? First of all, a combination of irregularities. You cannot just say, isolate one and say, this was done, it was not enough. This other thing was done, it was not enough. Robert, please.
You guys, you can be five of you, but the problem is you are talking through emotions. I mean, if all of us just come here and start my reasoning, the thing is, it's simple. The guy, he ran away and said him, it was given specific. What he was given, specific.
Okay. Specific, okay. Who gave him those specific? Nani alimwenda kamwambia, you have these specific things to do. You should not touch anything else. It's nothing like that. You cannot be handed over specific things to judge. You've been brought a case. You hear the case from the person who's from one side, opposing side against the other side. Listen to the case, and then you, as the judge, come with your judgment according to the constitution. Ukishindwa na hiyo kazi, haufai kuwa hapo. Now, when the High Court comes into place, is after you go for an appeal. You cannot tell me justice anakuja kukaa chini anakuja anakupatia list of things you can judge. I've never heard of that before, Robert.
No, I'm telling you, according to him, he said it very clear. There are some other malpractices which happened here, but it's not for him. But for him, they were not enough.
I think
overturn the election. That's what he said.
I think, Robert, if there's a Scientology church in California, I would avoid you going there, because you can be convinced by sweet words too. Unaekewa maneno tamu. You know, when he said that his instructions are to follow a certain thing, he meant the constitution. I have been instructed to follow a certain things. Whenever he says that, he's referring to the constitution. He's referring to the constitution. So there's no don't assume that there's some judge before his case amepatiwa parameters of what he needs to do. The parameters that he needed to do was the constitution. Now, can I have your 1 minute emotional
you
talk
are
about
right,
me?
but what I'm
You
telling you
cannot tell
is
me
the
that
church himself,
you look at
he
the
gave all these
individual
things, and when this case go to appeal,
malfeasance of the elections. Useme, okay, kuna polling station ilichomwa, there were cases of bribery, there was what do you call it, CSs and so-called deputy president running around in choppers using government fund. So there was actually what you call a buffet of things that happened in malfeasance in that election. A combination of all those things, according to me, should have made that election nullified. You cannot try and say ati nitaangalia hii peke yake, or only 200 people vile ulikuwa nasema hiyo shida ya 200 people have only affected 200 people, alafu tuangalie bribery, or it was only this polling station we saw bribery, or tukiangalia hapa the deputy president only came with a chopper in this area only. No, all of those things are evidence of the whole election of that constituency as being what do you call it, irregular from all anybody who can see. So what happened, and most of it was actually in TV. Tulikuwa tunaziona kwa TV. What other evidence do you want to see of bribery? We saw the whole governor of Embu akipatiana pesa hapo in front of people. Governor anapatiana pesa hapo before an election.
That's what he said. He said by law, remember, in fact, you see what he just said that? He said it money bribery. But he has no powers. That's IBC.
So tungoje hiyo ingine. You see, the problem, Robert, is the fact that
reason my thinking. My thinking was the church ran away and said that's not what he was supposed to look at. He was supposed to determine something else.
Who is this? Robert, you're not answering. Who is this telling him what not to look at? Ni nani alimwambia?
Remember, church mwenyewe alisema the IBC has a problem. And the IBC are independent.
No, but you answer that question. Who told him not to?
Let me give you the ground. I'm coming to your point. Yeah? Then he went as far as saying IBC cannot come and start claiming that, oh, the police officers and other things, because even the police officers have no power when it comes to that election. Unana. So then he said, according to him, the evidence which was given is not enough. I mean, like it could not turn or whatever you call the will of the people.
The evidence is not enough.
The will of the people. Unana. So that's why I'm just like supporting that church and the recommendations. I support him, but that one doesn't mean that everything was okay on that direction. No, but what I'm saying is I was expecting when they opened that box, because that's what I was told from what they're hearing, you will see some added votes. Some people came and voted illegally. Unana. Then he said whatever was done was not enough. It was 200 and something votes. Then another one, there was a station with one person came and voted illegally. Then he said, is that enough to overturn? According to him, he said it's not. But if that one was the next level, they can come that. He kind of ran away from it. So to tell you the truth, that's the way I say it. But someone to come and tell me that because of my opinion, it's just because maybe in America for a long time, I don't know how long even who told you I'm in America. Who say that?
You are in California, my friend. You told us. You're the one who told us. Roba utavaa blue suit tena bana. Ama this time I don't know what color itakuwa. Utakuja utavaa hiyo suti alafu kuje kutulilia hapa bana. Bro, we're telling you, we're cautioning you as to
No,
the
no,
things that are
no.
happening.
Keep.
Utavaa hiyo suti tu,
No,
tutakuwa
what I'm
pamoja. We'll
saying
have
is, I'm not saying that, you know, just get my point. You guys you just think that I'm saying, oh, the guy won. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, we do not represent a case where you say red-handed. Hii sanduku mefungua, angalia hapa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 votes. Now he's taken up angalia. That was what I was expecting too. And that's what we were told. Sasa mnasema, oh, because there was violence, it's circumstantial. You want the real thing where you catch somebody red-handed, bro. Red-handed, where unasema hii muliweka kura hapa ndani.
No, Robert, I think when you do jury duty, wewe utakuwa mkale sana kwa hiyo kitu ya jury. Where's the DNA? You know, all cases, let me tell you, all cases
You
do
know,
not
this
need,
is a good
the way
lesson,
I'm
by the
telling
way.
you, Godza, not all cases need DNA. There's something called circumstantial evidence, and circumstantial evidence is what we're trying to provide to you. You are looking for
Exactly.
DNA.
That's what. But remember how we started the case.
When DNA came, every single murder, and this is what judges tell Americans and even here in Britain, they tell the jury, hii kitu ya kuangalia tu DNA peke yake haitoshi, lazima uangalie certain patterns that what do you call it? that provide evidence towards wrongdoing. Utaangalia hivi, utaambia haya, huyu mtu ameangusha, huyu mtu amefanya malpractice moja hapo, pa nini
We have
kidiki,
tapes. We have tapes.
haya
Njiru and Stone PK, they came here. In fact, even I believe them. They said
unfortunate
that
thing,
former
Robert,
member of parliament. No,
you
that
don't
former
let
member
people
of
finish their
parliament, when he
statement.
came there, when alikuja, waliingia huko wakaweka kura ndani. That's what, in fact, even I believe that. So
Why don't you let people
fungua ile sanduku. Fungua ile sanduku.
Okay.
I mean,
okay, Ruto will allow that for you. I think, Robert, you are in the assumption Ruto will sit down and watch as we beat him up.
No.
From what you saw in Bere, from what we saw in Bere, Robert, what you're saying is Ruto is going to sit down and he's not going to stuff the ballots, and we're going to win the election fairly. That is what you're saying, Robert.
No, what I'm saying,
no.
The united opposition, you must have very powerful people at the station. You have to be there. People ambao determined. People cannot be
we have somebody who's
people
been,
cannot
we
be
have somebody
bribed.
here.
As simple as that.
Have you not been hearing what Stone PK has been saying here day in, day out? Watu waliekwa hapo, watu wake wakachapwa, watu walifukuzwa. When you're telling me about this thing of MR Dirkir, Apambere, Malava, our agents were kicked out of that polling station. Sasa tukupatie evidence gani?
No, that's what the judge
evidence gani? Tukupatie evidence gani? Tulichapwa. Number two,
that's what the judge said.
You don't
the
even want to
said
talk,
IBC should ban all government people from end polling station. That's what he said. He said even the government have no power. He said it. He alisema hivyo.
Robert, what is your argument?
Why did he judge that if the government has no power? Why was the judgment that?
IBC is independent. He even went as far as saying
what are we talking about now?
The way they are conducting themselves, they are not even conducting themselves as independent, the way they are doing things. He even gave us.
So what will happen?
So what are you saying? What are we discussing?
KRA. Alituambia KRA, and even that.
Ni nini tunaongea sasa? What are we discussing?
What are we talking about?
What are we?
You sound like you're defending the government.
No. Why should I defend the government? Which government are you talking about? Me, the question was the judge, the way it's ruling. In fact, I followed my judge. Okay, give me that. Simply, the judge, what he said was this: we never presented red-handed evidence. That's what he wanted to see. That's what we were promised.
Robert, give us time to uliza maswali, then ujibu. Ndio tufunge hii chapter. Wacha tuulize maswali, then you answer us.
Don't
How-
interrupt.
Let
Wacha maswali
me
ziulize.
begin.
Yeah,
Let
but
me
when
ask
you are
one
asking
or
a question, you can't ask a question a whole 30 minutes. That's not a question.
No, I'm saying I want to ask, and then
Go ahead.
yeah, then any of you will answer. When, for example, and I'm asking from what the judge read, when he says over 1,000 people, over 1,072 people were, in quote, assisted and not recorded, because the law, the electoral law says when you assist, you record, but
Yes.
they were not recorded.
Yes.
That's a malpractice.
You know, remember what he said, Stone BK.
Sasa si mimi naendelea alafu utanijibu, bro.
On that one.
I'm reading what they wrote.
But you
Then
promised Robert that you'd let him ask the question.
Yeah, let me finish.
Let him ask.
I'm just, these are not my words. Okay? He said 1,072 people were assisted to, you know, to vote.
What was his answer on that one?
Sorry?
What was his answer when he said about that?
Let me finish the statement, then you ask.
Go ahead.
As per the IBC rules and regulation, once you are assisted, and assisted voter ni yule unakuja ujui kusoma na kuandika, so you are assisted there. Once you are assisted, it is recorded. Okay? If that is not done, it's a malpractice.
Yes.
Okay? We agree.
Yes. Yes.
Now, if it's a malpractice, does it matter whether it was favoring either of the candidates?
That's what he said. No other
now
side.
look, no, we are.
Don't
It
be
is
careful.
us
You
now.
asked me a question. Let me answer you what he said. What he said. Oh.
I want to prove you he was wrong, even if he's a judge.
No, that's what I'm saying. What he said. He
Yeah,
said
but
both sides
Let me
they
finish.
never provided who they assisted.
Yeah. Kweli Roba, leo umekuwa mzito.
So you see where we went wrong? So he said IBC it should require that everybody who's assisted, who is assisted. So both agencies, they don't have as FEMA, Stone BK. He said
but he's
both
wrong.
agencies.
I'm telling you, he's wrong. Achana na kusema alisema. He's wrong and he will be proved wrong. Because what is happening, they conducted a malfunction. It is illegal. So, because it doesn't matter, you don't need to be proved which side these people voted for. Okay? The fact remains a foul was committed. Period. It doesn't matter whether it was favoring Wamudende or Karis.
Okay? I give you that. I give you that. But here's
and
the problem.
That's it. That's a malfunction. A serious one.
Yeah.
A serious one.
But what
you
I'm
don't
saying
rule
is,
the case to show that this favored who, this did not favor. No, it's a malpractice. An agent was, listen, let's go. An agent was arrested by the CS, put in the boot of the car and beaten, and it's there. Okay? You don't say that, you can't prove whether that affected the 200 votes. Again, that's an idiotic thing.
Stone BK, if you see that what the judge wanted was from our lawyers here. If they could have gone there, our people we assisted from the agents was this on this station, or this on this station, we only assisted 20 people. Then the other rest from the other side. Where's the manual from the other side? That one was not proven, and that's why he said IBC has to be serious on what they are doing.
No, you don't need to prove that. You don't. What you need to have is a register as per the rule and regulation. Period. Mambo ya kuprove alivotia nani, it's neither here nor there.
I didn't say that, Stone PK. What they are saying is assisted. You asked about the assisted.
I rest my case for Nanjiro. I don't think I can continue with that.
Nanjiro, that one, Stone BK has a point. But here's the thing. The judge said, hey, neither side.
So, Roba, I want to ask you a logical question. You know, mimi nimekusikiliza sana. According to you know, I want to understand you. According to you, how do you determine something is wrong?
So what I determine is something's wrong is what the judge determined. Everything's wrong. But the only problem was it
No,
was
not that way.
determined.
I'm not talking of that judgment. I want you to take me through a process of how do you make a judgment that this thing is not working or this thing is wrong?
Okay, so let me tell you something. So when you go to a court of law, you lay your case, and whatever how you start your case will determine what the outcome will be. Because when you start the case now, they say station 1 and 2. Some things went on. The former member of parliament came in, took over, and there are some folks who were added. That was from the beginning. Each station, it was opened, counter announcement was there. There was a couple of votes. Was it enough to overturn it? No, but that's a malpractice. Whoever did it should also be prosecuted. So, for me, in any kind of election, we should not have any kind of malpractice. We should have zero malpractice. The best candidate wins.
Yeah, so basically, my house has been broken into. Njiru ameingia nyumba yangu, anavanga boots number 6. Amekanyaga, I see mud prints over there. CCTV inaonyesha Njiru ametoka kwa nyumba. Sijamuona akitoka na TV yangu. But when I left, my TV was there. You are telling me you want the police washike Njiru akibeba TV na kutoka kwa nyumba. You don't care about the mud prints. And how do I tell it's Njiru's mud prints? Nakwambia he always wears size 6. We can see the imprint. Nakuletea kiatu na kuonesha aya ndio kiatu ndio Njiru anavanga. I show you an image of Njiru leaving the vicinity of where I live at the specific time that he had done it. But you want him to be caught in my house. Akuja ashikwe na polisi uko ndani. That is the problem we have here. The other thing is, the problem I also have, Robert, is the fact that you're not correlating with what has happened in Malava, what has happened in Bere, and what has happened in Emur as being what they're going to do to us in 2027. Can I say something? Can I say something?
Now you guys are getting out of topic. Let's talk of where the process took place.
Roba, you're right. Roba, you're right. You're absolutely right. If the same judgments, where I cannot prove myself, that is what you said. If the same stuff happens in Olkarau, the same thing happens in Olkarau, judgment comes, atastangoja judgment. If the same thing happens in Olkarau, Roba, I'll tell you the truth, I'll be coming to this show as entertainment to kuja kuangalia. Because I'll tell you, this is how
TCP is going to win with a landslide. There will be no even a court case.
How sure are you? How sure are you? Based on what? So let's assume. Lazima hapa niulize nani Roba kidogo. What if, because a precedent has been set, what if what happened in Mbere, they do it in Orokarao because the court will give them? Utafanya aje, and then you are waiting for a landslide win.
So what you are saying is, remember what the judge recommendation was. IBC has to ban all government people from accessing anywhere. IBC should do this and that.
If that was the recommendation, why could he not nullify the election? Where was that recommendation coming from? Was it coming from the Blues?
Yeah, so what he told you was he was going to determine the evidence which was given, was it enough to overturn the election? But
Then
his
why
word
did
at first saying
what is the recommendation about? What is the recommendation about?
Where is the recommendation coming from? Nataka uniambie Kwa nini
No,
watu
they said
wanaambiwa
IBC is not conducting an election the way according to the constitution, the way it's supposed to be.
So how if it never conducted the way it's supposed to, how is it that then this election went well?
Then why is it nullified? If how can you recommend something and not nullify the mistake?
Roba, you are not
You know, you guys, now the thing is, if that's the case, I gave you example. Are you one to say because the election in Kiambu was not conducted the way according to that, so we nullify everything has to be kicked out?
Of course.
You can't do that.
Yes.
Nimeua mutu.
Even one person dies during election, brother Roba, in the national elections. Mtu akufe with the election related, the whole election is nullified because that is election violence. Read the rules and regulations, utaona. I'm telling you, for example, you are a candidate. Then in one of your rallies, kutoke vita kidogo, IBC can cancel you completely out of the race. One simple incident, okay? So one simple malpractice can nullify at the election. I don't know why we are, we are really belaboring in this. You can't say there were malfunction here, then you just say it was not equivalent to the number of votes that this
No, I
won.
didn't say that. I said the malpractice happened. Was it enough to overturn the election to
Yes.
the election?
Yes,
but
it
not
was.
the number of votes.
It
That's
was.
what I'm saying.
It
The
was.
problem is, yes, a problem. We never represented the case where we say angalia hii imewekwa hapo, hii iliweka hapo, walikuja wakaiba hapo. We never did that.
No, out of the 8 players, you don't have to win all of them. Even 5,
Remember,
even 2.
Don't BK. Remember, the lawyers pointed out particular stations, station 1, station 2. If we go there, there's a problem. Then from there they said, okay, after that there was this issue. So that's what happened. And that station, well, that's what they did all this time. They went there, they opened the boxes, they did this and that. So
let's go to
we have
another
to agree. We have to agree. Even this
No.
judge
Let's go to
himself,
another topic.
at least he gave us something. We even looked in there to see what happened. At least he gave us out of budget than the Supreme Court, which never opened the server.
About the ballot boxes, then watch out to a channel here.
Thank you guys.
Tulikuja na containers sijui kama ngapi. How many boxes did we come with?
I'm amused.
Stony PK, you see, this was not an examination where you are giving recommendations. Recommendations, which, a recommendation can be a negative recommendation or a positive recommendation. But mostly we don't concentrate on positive recommendations because recommendations, they point deficiencies. And in electoral processes, deficiencies call for nullification.
Simple.
You cannot, even if it is one deficiency, you cannot identify a deficiency and you still say that we ratify.
Yeah.
And you have identified, you ratify based on lack of force. Kidogo, ni kama
no, we're listening. Don't worry, we're not going to interrupt you.
Ni kama mgonjwa aende hospitali. Huyo mgonjwa aende apimwe. Then after kupimwa asemekane ako na ugonjwa fulani. Umesikia sasa? Lakini umwandikie recommendation hapo, umwambie but don't worry about that sickness, you are okay. Hata usimeze dawa.
No, I get it. No, wait. You are on the right path.
Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to say.
No, you're on the right path. Niambiwe, niende kwa hospitali, niambiwe nina ukimwi. Niambiwe.
Actually, that was my kusema hivyo, lakini ona mjinga sasa. Endelea.
Niambie recommendations nisipate ukimwi. anafaa kuvaa condom. Sasa napatia recommendation lakini utapata ukimwi tena, but it's done. You have it. I already have it. So it's not, the first thing is, how do we manage this sickness I have? Don't give me recommendation of how not to get sick again. My friend, look on the right path. Sorry for the
Especially
people
on a
who
fatal
are
disease.
no, sorry for the people who are suffering
Unaweza,
from that
kama ni
disease.
malaria,
That was insensitive.
We,
That was
kidogo.
insensitive. Pole.
Kama ni malaria, hiyo unaweza pewa recommendation. Unaweza ambiwa usikae karibu na mbu.
Lakini ingine bana, ingine.
Lakini kuna zingine recommendation is a death sentence as well. So you're already in a you're already in death sentence. So that's what I'm trying to say. This judge was not supposed to give recommendations on force, on something which is not working. Actually, what this judge could have done, actually, to help them, and that's what najaribu. Unajua roba, hakuna mtu anapeangwa bribe anasema nimebraibiwa. You read between the lines. I think we are supposed to start becoming creative thinkers here now. Sio kila kitu lazima uambiwe. Like Bwana Kip, do you need to be told nani amekula pesa?
Sasa nikukwambia case from 2016. Yeah, justice to know. They are still doing an inquiry. How many years? It's 10 years. 2 million.
Ebu raise hii tucheze hii hapo Bwana Ndego akiongea Jiro, ebu pandisha hiyo tucheze.
Yeah, I thought it was audible. Nitakuwekea tu sasa. I thought it was audible. Utaona ndio nimekuwekea.
Wewe umeweka hii?
Niko hapo chini.
Wacha nicheze hii.
For Kenya Supreme Court, the Supreme Court affirmed the core principles in Munya on scrutiny. Respondents' counsel went into. We have also. The petition was dismissed, and the fourth respondent remains the duly elected member of Parliament for Mbeere North constituency. This information is to be transmitted to the Speaker of the National Assembly. Orders accordingly.
Yes.
Yeah, my Lord, we are most obliged by the decision of the court. We have sat and listened to it. We appreciate where the court is coming from, but we, however, would wish to make an appeal in regard to some of the issues the court has dealt with, and therefore, my Lord, we are making an application for expeditious provision of typed proceedings, the judgment of the court, and the decree going therefrom. Your Lordship, the reason for the appeal is, my Lord, that this might be the only time the certain issues will be clarified by the Court of Appeal, most importantly, the question of the alteration of the voters register. And my Lord, since I'm not making an appeal before you, we would wish to make the Court of Appeal pronounce itself. Number two, Your Lordship, on the question of the scrutiny that was dealt with by the Deputy Registrar. My Lord, we have listened to you and the judgment, and we note that the judgment itself does not caption the entire report as reported by the Deputy Registrar, and most importantly, in respect to ballot box number 35 and the 212. My Lord, we have listened to you and the judgment, and we note that the judgment itself does not caption the entire report as reported by the Deputy Registrar, and most importantly, in respect to ballot box number 35 and the 212 votes that were cast in foil. People, we have not heard you pronounce yourself on that, Your Lordship. Would we therefore wish to make an appeal? And then, my Lord, I don't know how that will square out, because It has not been captioned in your judgment, because, my lord, when you ordered,
it should be easy enough, because the proceedings of the registrar will be part of the proceedings of the court.
My lord.
So you just annex them and say that the lower court failed to deal with an issue.
My lord, we will be obliged.
Yeah.
We are otherwise happy that the court has made its decision. We'll try our luck in the Court of Appeal. We are most obliged.
Fortunately, the judgment is typed already.
Yes, my lord.
The proceedings are typed, so it should be fairly easy to get the record fairly quickly.
We will get it, my lord.
Okay. Yes, Waduta.
No. Continue, bana. Endelea.
Sorry, then Jerry cheza yako. Yangu iliishia hapo.
Endelea mpate uhondo ndio mkianalyze mna nini.
the lower court
2024 Kenya Supreme Court. Supreme Court affirmed the core principles in Munya on scrutiny.
Jerry, you have to play yours.
No, ya shukisha ya kipu cheza yangu basi ndio nini.
Iko wapi yako?
Siko hapo chini ama haionekani?
Yako haionekani.
No, ni hapa. Hii iko na Ndegwa Njairo.
Ngoja nikuwekea hapo.
We'll get it, my lord.
Okay. Yes, Waduta.
My lord, Waduta, and I thank you for that judgment. My lord, I just have one request, and as we review the judgment, so that then we can see what we make of it in terms of what is the next step. We would just like to make an application for stay of execution on the issue of costs, because we know we have money in court.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So that, my lord, the issue of costs will be given about 30 days for us to review the judgment before the money is released, if such an order is sought. So that then we can make the appropriate applications, if any, upon taking instructions.
Okay.
So that, my lord, as Mr. Ndegwa mentioned, if there is any need for review or clarification from the court, then we can have that period to consider all those options.
All right.
That's all.
Thank you.
I've been informed that I seek 45 days.
45 days. I think you have 30 days, actually. I think, well, he's asking for 45.
Yes, I hear him, my lord.
Yes.
We would be opposing the request for stay, my lord. There is no indication upon which such a stay would be predicated, my lord. No appeal has been filed as yet.
Yeah.
Even the costs have not even been ascertained. My lord, on the second issue, the IBC takes note of the issues you have raised, and they welcome the report which you will be extracting and sending them from this judgment, my lord, which is going to inform the improvement in terms of how they conduct their affairs and how the elections can be improved better. Otherwise, my lord, on behalf of the electoral body...
Let me summarize it.
Yes, my
like
lord.
This.
Yes.
Just sit down. During the hearing of the case, almost without exception, every IBC officer who gave testimony asked, did you report? They also said, Was this outside the polling station? Did this occur outside the polling station? I gave a long introductory discussion about the powers of IEBC because it is important for IEBC to remember that during or in connection with anything to do with elections, IEBC is the policeman of Kenya. It's not the Kenya police. So that you cannot wring your hands and say it was not reported, we don't have an OB. No complaint was made. You have seminal powers, IEBC. You have powers as a commission, even to investigate. You just need to read the newspaper. You hear something occurred, you run. Just like the Kenya Revenue Authority, when they hear ching, ching, ching in your mobile phone, they come running. That is how ABC is supposed to operate under this constitution and the laws. So that is one of the big areas I'll be discussing in the recommendations. In India, it is clear that IEBC behaved, sorry, not IEBC, the Electoral Commission there behaved the way IEBC behaves today. They changed. They became proactive. The code of conduct is enforced in India. And in fact, in India, the petitions are very, very few. I was there myself, personally. There are hardly any petitions because IEBC does its work. Yeah.
Well, my Lord, while you're still on that.
No, this is not part of the judgment.
That's correct, that's correct, my Lord. It's also my observation. And my Lord, the reason why we would wish to have some of these issues clarified would not wish, my Lord, even to disturb that kind of fighting, because, my Lord, this is the first time I've had an election court making such kind of pronouncements in respect on how the IBC is supposed to conduct. So, my Lord, even when you hear us making an appeal, we just want to make sure that we buttress.
You will notice that in discussing the powers of IEBC and its authority, this was not in respect of an issue for determination. So all that is mostly what we call it, what, obiter?
No, it's not obiter. You're supposed to pronounce yourself in a manner that the law also speaks. It's not obiter.
All right. Anyway, you will take the judgment to the next court. But what worries me is what I see every day happening, because we are all Kenyans. We see things that occur. We hear when there's an election petition or an election, in any part of the country. It's reported in the newspapers. There are clips from all sorts of places. We don't believe everything, but we are able to get the general mood of people. And that mood, although we cannot represent it in our judgments, it has to come through evidence. Parties have to bring the evidence. Even all this bribery, I've actually seen myself clips of people standing in a line being given money. It's just that nobody takes them to court. But these are things that IEBC has the power to curtail, even under the Constitution. Under the Constitution. And the DPP cannot say that he's the only one who can investigate or prosecute, because the powers have been given under the Constitution through a statute for prosecutorial. So one of the things I'll be proposing is the setting up of an inspectorate of IEBC. That's one of the things I want to recommend. I can't recommend those things here because it wouldn't make sense. But there must be some kind of inspectorate. I don't know how Kenya Revenue or Kenya Anti-Corruption Commission, how they do it. But however they do it, they seem to be fairly effective. That's what we want with IEBC, because the Constitution guarantees us a free and fair election. It guarantees Oveti that when she is going to her polling station, nobody is going to sumbua her. No masumbuko. I'm going to vote, and I'm going to vote for who I like. And if I take your money, I will still vote for who I like. Okay, so that's the key point. Sorry, anything else?
Yeah, Malone, maybe just on the obiter. Yeah. As I thank you for the way you have conducted the proceedings and
Atiyo judge ni ana sound kama Uncle Mwamba.
I hope Roba amesikiza hiyo kitu mara ya pili. You see, umeona hapo Njiru aliposema ikue included, the judge was very, imeleta shida. He didn't realize he was hanging himself. Ndio akasema anyway, utaipeleka to the next court. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, when you listen critically, he has flowed into the net. Ameingia kwa mtego bila kujua. Unaona? You know, and I'm sure you will not write that recommendation. Itafanywa ikue hearsay. Unasema unaonyeshwa clips and all that. Those clips cannot be enough evidence. Then why do we present them to the court of law? Surely.
You see, the problem is everybody says their hands are tied. Sasa, the first thing is IEBC is supposed to be IEBC. Uncle Mamba, it's true, but I was listening to somebody kweli.
Kama ndugu ya Mwamba kwa wapi asikie hiyo? Asikie hiyo maneno. Anyway, so mimi hii kitu Kenya imenishtua. Baze I'm about to
give. Can you hear me? Eh? Can you hear me, Stone?
Yeah,
the problem is the problem is Stone. The problem is this judge is telling me that I must. He's telling me by force I must rely on the IEBC to investigate malpractices in IEBC. What if IEBC is the problem? How can you investigate? How can IEBC investigate itself? How can I investigate myself? And then he gives an example of anti-corruption. But what sort of example that is anti-corruption is doing very well? That should already tell you that this judge is cooking himself with the same stew. How can you tell me that anti-corruption is working in Kenya? That is also a litmus test of kama corruption ingekuwa inafanya vizuri, anti-corruption would have been done properly. How many CSS would have been arrested? How many governors would have gone to court? How many MPs would have gone to court? You cannot give me evidence that that thing is working. Then the other thing is, every single person throws, what do you call it? Blame to everybody. The DPP will say, no, it's IEBC who's supposed to do it. IEBC is going to say, the DPP is supposed to say, do it. The judge will say, IEBC is supposed to do it. So what do you want me to do as a Kenyan?
Then listen.
Kama IEBC nafaa kufanya kitu, haifanyi. Judge amekuja hapa anasema, oh, hii si shida yangu. Oh, I'm going to throw it to somebody else. Oh, I've seen the evidence, but I've not seen the evidence. What the?
Yeah.
I've seen the evidence, but I've not seen the evidence.
Then look at the way he's quick to shovel it to the next court. You know?
I have failed. I have failed.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, what game is this? Hiyo ni game gani?
In my face, ananiambia I have failed. I have failed. The law courts have failed.
And really? You know also, the Court of Appeal nayo iko aje? Haki ya Mungu, we are cooked. We are finished.
And then you tell me, oh, Olkarao is okay. This is the same thing.
Olkarao is DCP damu. DCP damu atashindwa na kura 18. 18 votes.
Yeah.
And you'll be told.
Those guys who are waiting for Olkarao, Olewenu. Yo, Olkarao ni Olewenu. Okay, sit down.
Sit down. And it was narrow margin, 18 ama 22 votes.
We did. Then Gashago will come. Gashago will come and tell us we did very well.
Yeah, we gave them a run for their money.
We did very well. Or why is he? They cannot steal in large scale.
You know,
you see, every day.
If truly speaking, there is no hope in Kenyan election. I know people don't want to hear that. There is no hope in Kenyan election under Ruto. Look at how he's changing the narratives. He's even preparing to say that it's the opposition that is causing electoral violence. Okay? That's the narrative now. That is what is being filed. And opposition tumenyamaza tu. opposition is being branded as the ndio wanafanya violence. It's now, that is how it is being vocalized. Okay, all these press conferences you are seeing, Murkomen, this and that, and all those are being recorded as incitement is coming from opposition. Look at even that death of this lady. It is being, branded. This is very good marketing to finish, so that anything now opposition will say, utasikia unaona. Gachagua says something, utasikia unaona. Now see, Gachagua is not even in the country, and they are saying it is happening. What is happening is because of what he has been saying. And what has Gachagua been saying? Gachagua has not been inciting people. Gachagua has been saying, come 2027, nifagilia wote. Is that an incitement? That is an appeal to people that they should not elect those who are there, and he gives reasons. So how do you change that as to mean that it is incitement for ukiona mtu wa UDA meet violence on him or her? Look at that. And I don't know whether Gachagua is going to respond to this as soon as possible. In fact, I think he should come back. He should cut off that nini. Kuje, they issue a very huge joint press with everyone who is in the opposition, including akina Linda Mwananchi. Now the issue of people going at wengine wanaenda huko, these people now should stop those idiotic ideologies. Ati wengine waende na huko akijiita Linda Mwananchi, wengine wanaenda na huko. Now it has to be a huge force, and then huge force being joined by the young people. Now the youth are disoriented. They don't know what to do. There are the matatu strike inakuwa sasa, kuna owners of matatu, kuna mwananchi. We are so divided to the joy of Mr. Ruto. For me, I'm seeing a very disjointed force now. If the strike is being divided at kuna wenye matatu, kuna hawa, kuna wale, then what are we doing? What are we going to achieve? Yeah, I mean, we are saying we want to change the leadership, and we are so fragmented. How shall we achieve that? And especially some few leaders, some few self-proclaimed leaders are pronouncing that the young people, they will manage to change this on their own. How? Akina Eric Omondi wanasema they will manage this alone. How? So basically, I think there is a very serious threat in terms of what we are doing. Okay, and there is a huge thing that is also coming. The finance bill, for example, it's the killer. And I would not expect that now kila mtu anakaa kivyake huko juu ya mti, mwingine juu ya mawe, mwingine juu ya gari, ati ukitaka why do you want to score this and we want only one goal? How do we have everybody, kila mtu na timu yake? Tumerogwa sisi. Back to bwana Njiru.
Tony PK.
Yeah.
Don't you think whatever is happening is actually what Ruto wants, so that people get frustrated? Nah, we give up. Exactly what? Don't you think vile mambo iko ndivyo Ruto anataka?
Yeah, because this is what he's doing. You've seen mimi nishawahi kwenda kunywesha, inaitwaje, kupeleka ng'ombe wakanywe maji. Okay, huko kwetu Oshago, when I used to go for holidays, I would join my cousins, and then ng'ombe zinapelekwa kunywa maji. Saa ingine mnaenda zinakunywa kwa kama ponds and all that. There used to be a bad king'ombe kile kia dume wild, unakuta hicho ndio kinakimbia kwanza, kinaingia kwa maji ndani kabisa, then kikishamaliza kukunywa kinadhombodha, kinafanya mpaka maji iwezi kunyweka. Ruto knows that he has lost credibility. totally. And his exit plan, and I know this will surprise many, Ruto's exit plan, because he knows kwa kura hawezi, it's obviously if it's done properly, he's gone. That he knows very well. But he has to put on a brave face. And while putting on a brave face, he is wishing that there is all manner of problems. All manner of problems. So that at least there will be an excuse not to hold elections. Okay? And that anything that will go wrong is to Ruto's advantage. That is what we should know. Anything, and I would want also the opposition to know this, that anything that will be whatever it is to the opposite is to the benefit and what do we call it, jubilation of Ruto. And that is where now the people who are in opposition should know it's not business as usual. It's not business as usual. It is one time. No, it is not. In fact, they should stop those kind of slogans now and get, down to business. Because you only do sloganeering and all that during the normal circumstances. This situation now, it's not normal. Okay? It's not, see urafiki. Look at the quarrels. For the last, it is Ruto anasimama ni insult. As I said in our other program podcast, I tried to compare, campaigns the other African countries. I went to the most recent ones in Kangalia. When they were campaigning, you hear people talking issues. I sampled Botswana, I sampled Namibia, I sampled, because I wanted to see this madness that is in our country today. Is it what is happening really? Even in the worst country, Nigeria. When you Google a few, you hear people talking, about Mwananchi. You hear talking about their people and the challenges. You don't hear people insulting, and talking a lot of irrelevant things. Huh? Oh, you who is rudderless, you are brainless, you are. Tumeshuka to very low levels as a country. It's disgusting. It's very disgusting. Very, very disgusting. So Ruto is enjoying. Jiro, back to you.
Okay, Sawa. Kipril, what do you think about the same thing?
No, I'm just telling. I'm giving this this thing one more try. Yeah? When is the Karao thing happening?
July. July.
Yeah,
July.
after July, watching the elections will be entertainment for me. Absolute entertainment, because I'm beginning to see that some of the leaders, the only successful thing that I've seen, in my opinion, the only successful elections I've seen are in Narok and the ones in
the one which was in Kisii and another one in Kisa, Kakamega hivi. All the others are we are being and some of them are in our serious strongholds. That we cannot they are trying to show us that and you see it's a Bwana Stony PK kidogo as you munariact kwa hii mkiwa na Kipril kidogo nataka ku advance kidogo. Mount Kenya is where it is becoming very complex for us to win an election. That is a message for some. Ngoja kidogo.
No, I'm saying how. I'm agreeing with you. How?
And that is it is something which is orchestrated because Ruto anataka watu wa mlima warudi. That is number one. Then number two, all the propaganda, that is where it is being geared to. Kama huyu msichana ameuawa juzi, and sorry for that death. Now Ruto is now escaping that death. Ati ameuawa sababu ya opposition yetu. Ati ni sisi tunajaribu kuua wale ati watu wana support Ruto. Again, you can now see it is somebody from Mount Kenya. So you can see a lot of attempts za kutaka kurudisha hawa watu. Kipril, do you understand that?
Yeah. I'm just the unfortunate thing is it's this I call it lip service, huh? That we are being given. Huh? Hii lip service ya Gachagua says hawezi iba kura yangu. I'm hearing Matiang'i says hawezi iba kura yetu. My party leader anasema, oh, if we have too many people in elections, like if there's tyranny of numbers, they will never steal. I cannot believe that. It's just the way Kenya is. We are a country of thugs. Acha tu niseme tu kweli.
Can we
Can we
you
just accept?
and keep? How can we insist? We want these people to tell us, keep you talk directly to one of the principals. What can you ask her to get us an answer from all of them, a joint answer, to tell Kenyans what is it that will be done to make sure that elections are not stolen. And we don't want a blanket hawezi iba or Kenya ni kubwa hawezi iba. No, that is not. By the way, you can't pass by that. If it was a question in an exam, you have to demonstrate, describe, explain.
This one litmus test. This elections were actually a litmus test kutuonesha yeye mnaweza kazi hii ni yenu.
Si ndio sasa mimi nataka kama sasa vile Njiru amesema, if already it's being demonstrated in the stronghold ya mlima ati amwezi shinda huko mlimani na tunasema ati watu wameenda, we are seeing Ruto amepoteza almost everything from mlima, almost, I'm saying almost, and yet you can't win a seat. Ama you win and you are rigged. What does that tell you?
Whichever the case, next nipike kitu moja, which I have to tell you, and I want you to couple that as well. Even in the US, ini kitu sasa najaribu kuambia, even in the US, it has never resulted unaibiwa in your stronghold. And for it to happen, you must be extremely careless. Yeah. I want to give an example of the US. Ebu nikuulize, umeisikia ma Republicans wakisema even when they are not in power wameibiwa state zao? Can Democrats go and steal in Tennessee?
Ngumu.
Can Democrats go and steal and steal in Mississippi?
Never.
Can Republicans go in Maryland and steal an election there?
Hakuna.
Even hata hii wakati wa Trump sahi, hata hii wakati wa Trump wanaweza enda Maryland ama Vermont.
No way.
So bwana Kipril, nakupea ujumbe. Can you tell our principals they stop giving us stupidity
and false hope?
Na wawache kutuambia ujinga. And I'm telling you, Stony PK, Mungu anipe neema. If Gachagua is coming here in the US, sababu nimesikia anakuja, he will face very serious questions from us. Hata wasiponipea maswali, he has to answer questions from me. Hii story ya riding us as a bus, we have to stop it. I'm telling you, Stony PK, nataka uniambie leo, I will give my own demonstrational process of that. Can you explain to me what it takes to steal an election in your stronghold?
In Kenya?
Yeah, in Kenya. Can you explain to me, for you to steal an election in somebody's stronghold, what does it take?
Yeah, in Kenya, it takes the electoral system, the electoral body. It's the one that does that in a very easy manner.
Goja wode vile Msioka anasema, if stealing elections were easy nationwide, he would not bother with Kikuyus. Remember, there are international observers.
International observer, they are useless. They are useless. Ask some of us who have participated. You have that badge, you have that allowance. You go, you arrive there at 8. People are there are no people. You move, you go to around 3, 4, 5. You drive through, and then by 11 you are back in the hotel writing a report. Yeah.
Can I make you laugh? Yeah? Uhuru was an international observer.
Mimi, all election observers nimesikia kwa hii dunia wanasema the election was good. We saw very long queues.
Uhuru was an international observer. Uhuru was an international observer in an African country. Alafu unakuja kuniambia international observer.
Nakumbuka ile nani, maybe I can say this on TV. The first one I did in Liberia. Yeah, when George Weah tried the first time, and George Weah won that election. You know, he was voted overwhelmingly, but sasa ilikuwa hajafanya nini? Ilikuwa hata ajui kizungu, ajui nini, ametoka tu kucheza ball. Unaona? Alifanyiwa ile kitu na ile, lakini akaitwa kwa room akaambiwa, wewe enda kwanza usome, tutakupatia next. Unaona, akakubali na ripoti ziliandikwa, kila kitu ilienda fiti. Unajua kulikuwa hata mpaka na UN ndio ilisimamia hizo vitu, ikaandikwa kila kitu, ilienda poa sana, but the truth, it was far from the truth. Our 2007 had very good report. What happened? Ya Maraga alinalify. You remember what the Nini had said? They only retreated their whatever after they, after they had what had been compiled. Yeah. So basically, hiyo tuachane na maneno ya observers.
That's at you are relying on BBC and Reuters. Have you seen the cases that BBC is undergoing right now? BBC praising. BBC anaonea baba anauza watoto wake into sex slavery. Wanataka kuangalia baba. Oh, look at that father. Oh, I feel bad for that father. Yet he's selling his 5-year-old and 6-year-old. And you expect me to believe BBC? Come on, be serious. These people are looking at us like animals.
Nani hao walikuwa wanasema ati King amekufa leo? Umesikia hiyo ni TV gani ilikuwa imesema ati King amekufa? Anti ka apologize. Which TV gani? Yeah,
I don't remember which TV, but yeah.
Somebody was in the TV saying, breaking news, King Charles is dead.
TV gani hiyo?
Ya huko kwa kina Kipril.
King Charles is dead.
Watu wakaingia kwa nini? Kwa morning mood. Watu wengine wakaanguka kulia.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sisi these things are taken seriously. Tungekuwa tumetoka job. Tungefunga job.
But why is that person who reported that story?
I work for one of the largest, actually a national institute in the UK. Siwezi sema hapa. Hiyo tungeambiwa immediately na CEO. Hiyo I work for like a parastatal.
Ama ni ukweli akaambiwa retreat ndio wafanye ile maneno.
No, he's still alive. Haiwezi hiyo tunafunga kazi.
Unajua kuna jamaa moja tunajua alidedi tukaambiwa after 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 week.
Si hapo ni Kenya bana, wewe una compare Kenya
na ni dunia mzima iko hivyo.
Hata Magufuli story yake ilikuwa inaletwa tu pole pole.
I was speaking to a Tanzanian about that story of huyu mama labda atapatia mambo matatu. The deputy president is the guy who's supposed to, not deputy, that's the vice president is the guy who's coming. So msistuke siku moja Magufuli ame disappear, because politics in Tanzania is worse than ours. it's worse when it comes to dictatorship. Sasa huo mama labda ataenda talking to a Tanzanian.
Sasa
At least us we
kusema,
fight. At least us we try to fight. That's what she says. At least we try. That is the beauty of
now
Kenya. Like
Musyoka is saying that opposition should have a talent center. You know, talent center is not the issue, guys. I think Njiru, we should take time and try to dissect. You know, we go dissect. You know, kick by kick of how elections are supposed to be in Kenya, the genuine way, and where they are interfered with. No. But then I'm realizing, as Kenyans, we are not even learning from this simple by-election. You know, sasa badala ya hii simple by-election tuichukue ni kama pilot, and then multiply that by a factor of what? 10, we have total of what? 10,400 and I think 59 or something polling station. All right. Now, in terms of the country, the reading will not be like what you have seen in Mbeere North or Malaba. No. You will not have people invading polling stations. No. This one is what Maraga had talked about. Okay? It will be technically done. All right? And that's why, for me, I insist that unless you dismantle IBC and dismantle the kits, dismantle everything, and start like the way you flash out a phone or a computer and then you go back fresh kabisa, una restart,
factory reset. Factory reset.
Yes. That, for me, that is what will help. And then that now has to be overseen by a multi-agent, whereby you'll have a similar of what we had during the NCC, what was it called? The one that was formed at Ufungamano, okay? Where you have all the stakeholders up there, such that akutakuwa huyu nini, you have the party representation, you have the church representation, the mwananchi representation, and you know, all those parties represented by a body that will now be able to oversee the transition. For me, that is what I would ask for. I know it might, you know, they will hide behind the constitution, saying that, oh, it's not constitutional. You know, they have to do that. But I think they should do that. They should do that for mwananchi to have confidence in what is going to happen. Otherwise, for me, mi naona giza sana. Bwana Njiru, naonekana keeper amedrop.
Yeah, keeper kwa usingizi. So now, what I'm asking is, what is the hope which Kenyans have moving forward? Bwana Stone PK. Iko hope hapa?
I don't know. Maybe we should try to conduct a survey.
Ama tungoje. Do you think now ile statement ya Gachagua hold water now? Akuja akituambia tena msijari, uchaguzi haiwezi ibiwa, kila mtu anajaribu kusurvive kwake.
Yeah, that's what he's going to say.
Still, that statement holds, according to you.
Which one?
2027 kila mtu atakuwa nang'ang'ana kutolewa. So it cannot be stolen.
But nimekwambia Gachagua ana pretend, because the stealing will not be done at the polling station. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hizo already zitakuwa staffed in many ways. Kama hizo za Mbeere zimekuwa staffed, unaona wamekataa. Wanasema walifungua zikatali. You know, and yet tuliambiwa zilikuwa zinamakiwa in a hotel in Karatina. What do you think? You know, Njiru, when they are doing this, They don't do carelessly. They don't do it carelessly. Now, like the judge was saying, oh, the register tallied with number of votes that, yes, it will tally. Because they know the total votes here are 200. Okay, so they will not mark more than 200. They will mark 190 and then mark 10 for Karij, and 180 for Mudende, and then the register is showing that total number of votes. Because what does the register show? It shows the total number of people. And what do the papers know? They show the voters don't show names. They just show the total number of votes cast. So it's very easy. Very easy. Yeah. Like when they were telling us the boxes came in a different vehicle, and then there was that commotion, then there were zikawekwa kwa matatu, of course, those hired vehicle. Yeah. They are exchanged, and the vehicle, while the vehicle is on the way, it stops somewhere on the way, inatoa hizo zingine zile za ukweli, inabeba zile hizo whatever, because it's the gava that is doing that. Okay. Those days, years back, they used to go and throw them away, but now they don't. They just pick them, they go and crash them wherever they crash, and they predetermine. They predetermine the margin itakuwa ngapi. Yeah. Well, ask yourself why, when they are tallying, it comes a time when there is a long pause, and after that long pause, then that's when figures start changing towards the direction they want. We are at a very, 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 very bad position, by the way. Very bad. Very bad. Aka kamtu aya bana. Aka kamtu bana sijui mimi, honestly. Sioni. Na ajani hizo lower seats, he will not care about the MCAs and all that. Hizo MCA tutaenda poa sana. Because kwanza sisi huko kwa grassroots tunajua kujidefend kabisa. Huko tunaenda ile kama mbaya. Naenda kama mbaya. Noma.
Ya, ndio hiyo.
Hatuwezi, unasikia? Hatuwezi steal 3 million votes, guys. Hatuwezi iba 3 million votes. Tunaiba na Kamago. Ebu divide 3 million votes by 10,000. Inakuja ngapi Njiro? 3 million divided by 10,000. What do you get?
3 million.
Should be 30,000, huh, Mama?
I don't think.
It's 300. Huh?
300 per polling station, Ama?
Yes. You need just 300 votes. On average. Unaenda unaiba, kwingine unaiba 200, kwingine unaiba 400, kwingine unaiba hivyo. Unataka kuniambia hitatosha? Mahali unakuta ni stronghold, unapiga ngao. Waze ni rahisi sana.
Wow. Umeenda?
No, Nico.
Yeah, so let me ask you a question now. So what is the antidote of what is happening? So, Ebu Stonipike, niambia, if you are this generals, what would you do?
And if I was what? The general?
If you are this generals, what would you do?
Which general?
si hawa principles unaona vile kanafanywa, what do you do?
Sasa if I were the one, okay, if I were among them, all right, I would quickly convene a meeting. Let's say I was Matiang'i, yeah, because one thing they should do, hii mambo ya kuacha ni kama kuna ule ati ako prefect yao, you know there is one thing I'm observing that is not really, it's not auguring well. I'm not so happy about. It's like wameweka ni kama Gachagua ndio kiongozi wao, unaona. Yeah, because even I've heard the way Gachagua amepose huko UK and all that. He's posing as if obviously he's the choice for the flag bearing, you know, not knowing that if actually Gachagua was given that flag, nani ataenda ile itakuwa asubuhi na mapema, even hata without rigging. Okay. In fact, wakisema ni Gachagua flag bearer, Ruto will not even rig. Okay, unfortunately. But if I were the one, I would quickly come and call for a very serious meeting. Very serious meeting. Whole day meeting. Na ijulikane, Kenya mzima ijulikane, the entire opposition wako locked up in some place. We will be locked up doing what? We will be locked up with to bring out the seriousness. The agenda would be, let us really get serious and come out with a resolution on way forward. Right now, there's no way forward. Right now, there's no way forward. What they are doing, they are saying kila mtu recruit watu wake. And you see again, ndio naona ni kama Wakenya tumerogwa. I mean, our leaders wamerogwa. I don't know who told them that Kenyans are interested in the parties. You know, Kenyans are so mad, they don't care about the parties. Yeah, and that's why you see, like, even the younger generation wamechoka na hao wazai wako bado DCP sijui wiper sijui nini. That's why you see the Linda Mwananchi is appealing. But now if Mwananchi procrastinates again, Wananchi watachoka and itakuwa sasa ni kusambaratika. Mwananchi sasa anataka kuonyeshwa direction. Ataki kuonyeshwa retraction. You make 10 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead, unarudi zingine 6 nyuma. Okay? And that is what we are doing. We are now moving around and around on the same spot. Yeah? Now there is so much that is enough to trigger Mwananchi and the direction Mwananchi is supposed to go. Look at this strike by itself. Paralysis. And then you see, they don't even come in, so anasema, so we don't want to be told we have hijacked the strike. Kwani strike ilikuwa ni watu wanaenda kukula keki? Was it a birthday party that unasema utaget crash? Sure. And were their present being awarded to people wale wameorganize or rewards, so that you say, I don't want to interfere because it is not I'm not the one to get the reward? No.
So now, what about the citizens? Wakenya, how do you think Kenyans are reacting to things which are happening? Do you think Wakenya wanaweza tokezea maandamano juu uchaguzi umeibiwa? And I'm not seeing any Kenyan reacting now.
No, Wakenya unajua saa hii Wakenya wakitokelezea lazima unajua muwezi tokelezea tu amorphously. You know, lazima mtokelezee na objection and direction. Objective na direction. Muwezi tu kutokea hivyo. Hata election ikiibiwa, mtatokelezea kudu.
to react with anger, because vile like for example watu wa Mbeere wameandamana. Nikuuliza tu swali.
Hapana, si sasa hiyo kitu imefanywa leo.
Do you think it would be necessary for like kukuwa na maandamano based on what has happened today?
Maandamano undaza juzi wamepigwa marisasi hapo Ishara, unaona ni kama wataandamana kweli? Hawezi andamana because once there is a judgment, sijawahi ona maandamano after a judgment, I don't know.
Wow. Okay. Okay, sir, Stony PK, you can give your conclusion sasa tufunge.
Mimi hata sina conclusion bwana. Niko very frustrated.
Why? Why are you getting frustrated ni maisha bwana?
Yeah. Sasa hiyo ndio statement sasa hiyo. Hiyo ndio inaua ati ai bwana mutikama keni guko gendaga.
Yeah, it's life. Sasa tujinyonge ama tufanye aje sasa?
Hata kujinyonga ni sawa.
Inakaa ni Ruto anakuibia na unaenda na tunaendelea.
Unaona Douglas vile anasema? What I was shocked is Justice Muongo, kumbe Justice anaitwa Muongo. Saying that
huyo ni Muongo.
There was 1035 assisted votes in Mbeere and one person assisted 6 voters. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it is true. This is what I was trying to explain to Robert. You say there were 1,035 assisted and one person assisted 6. So what is that? According to the rules and regulation, it's a foul. It's a malpractice. So if it's a malpractice, then how do you put that election a pass? Napo bwana Douglas, ndipo unasikia some of our colleagues arguing that that is not equivalent to the 200 votes that Wamudende won with. Again, we start now reducing ourselves to thinking that every foul should be equivalent to a vote or something like that. That's not how it goes. Okay? Malpractice is malpractice. In fact, elections are supposed to go perfect. That is why you have the body, you have everything. When you have kit failure, for example, technical fail, that's why there is backup. In essence, if anything is supposed to be done, it's supposed to be done 100%. Marginal error kidogo sana. That's why you are told there has to be the manual register there, such that if you cannot be identified by the kit, then immediately you are identified through the manual register. That's a backup. So where do we get the malpractices? It's intention. Very intention. Throwing tear gas in a polling center. Why unatupa tear gas kwa nini? Why are you starting fire in wherever? Why are you driving in with unmarked vehicles? Those are malpractices. You can't tell me that those vehicles, you could not tell in whose favor they were. Surely, hata mimi mambo nimesikia ni ajabu njio. That even there was gunfire, shooting, and then you say that shooting, it is not determined who it affected. Surely.
Yeah, it is annoying, by the way. What is so Kibogonga anasema, and that's why Maraga nullified a general election. What about a by-election? Surely. Yeah, unajua huyu jaji ametusoma ujinga. I think that is what we say in Kiembu, kusomwa wana kusomwa ujinga. And I don't know Kenyans are able to to understand the stupidity of what is happening, or we are just taking it as business as usual, Bwana Stony PK, because it is a very worrying trend that a system does not need to have a four. And I don't know why Uyu Muongo is not understanding. If it can be determined hata uchaguzi imeibiwa mara moja, it has to be nullified.
Hebu niambie Njiru, sorry, not to cut you short. When in the exams we do at all levels, any level, whether it's college level, primary, secondary, when you are caught, you are doing 100, mahesabu ni 100 ama ni 50. Alafu umepatwa ukicheat. Yaani umepatwa hesabu moja
umepatwa na mwax.
Ilikuwa unaambiwa ati hiyo moja ulikopi haina shida.
What hata sio PK, I want to advance here. Hata hujakopi ni mwax unatoa.
Yes, ulikuwa unatoa.
Ni mwax ulikuwa unatoa. Hata hujachungulia hujaanzia kuandika. Will the professor say hata hujakopi wewe endelea na exam.
Hujaanza endelea tu wewe
wewe hujakopi ina shida.
So actually I'm shocked, and I want, after this show, I want to go and try to research which other, this judge, I never heard of him. I really want to find out who he is. Na alikuwa wapi? Unajua? Hata nimeshangaa kuwa ati anakuanga Embu. Mimi hata nimeshangaa hiyo maneno. Yani I'm surprised. Hata karibu nianze kuuliza ni mkabila gani.
He looks like a somebody from coast, eh?
For me he looks like he's a Mutaita, yeah. Ama mnini. Yeah. Actually most likely ni Mudavida. But it's
huyu jamaa ametusoma. Huyu jamaa amesema hawa Waembu nitawatia miti na hakuna pahali watanipeleka.
I say hata body language ulikuwa unaona bwana, unaona lakini I can imagine with that na Murkomen and all that, these guys are very hostile bwana. Unajua hivyo unaambiwa hiyo kitu hatutaki upuzi. And you know, unajua nini Jero, I later realized that hii profession, hii legal profession is very nice, where you are the one to give a determination. You can decide that unaweza decide kutafuta loophole na unadiphrase, and then you can decide to make sure that mtu aseme sasa hii election nita nullify tu, and it is you, because you are the final guy, as much as they say evidence. Now all that evidence we have given, if a judge was to the favor of opposition, unajua zingekuwa ni proved beyond reasonable doubt. Yeah, because when you present clip inaonyesha magari Land Cruiser na inaonyesha CS, unaweza sema hiyo gari ya huyo CS there is no proof kwamba ilikuwa ya serikali, na CS huyo naye alikuwa huko akifanya nini na civil servant, sincerely speaking, alafu nasema it's not enough evidence. Sure. And it is stated very clearly, civil servants are not supposed to be within the whatever. Then the violence, you start questioning at it was within, it was outside the polling center, yet it was within the jurisdiction where elections are being held, and you start saying it may not have influenced the 200 votes. Leo Leo iko Diambo. Mimi wacha nikome hapo bwana. Ni thank all those who have been
Yeah. Sure, Stony PK. Hata mimi nataka tumalizie hapo. I don't want to enter into a state of fatigue. Unajua tumetoka kwa show ingine na wewe, ama sio show. By the way, we were having a very wonderful program with Stony PK where we were mentoring young people. So Acacia, sijui kama mumefuata hiyo. So kama kuna mtu wako na mtoto mchanga or upcoming young guy between 16 and 25, that is one of the best program we have ever held here. So Stony PK ameongea sana huko. So we really mentored those guys and we hope they will put into. Hata Kipulilo ni mwingine. Kipulilo anajua mambo mingi vile mnamsahau hapa, mnamdharau hapa. Kipulilo was also very productive in that mentorship. So Stony PK, I think maybe in 2 minutes you can summarize your mentorship ulikuwa unafanya leo, na maybe you can tell the group what you are doing there. Because
yeah, thank you. The mentorship program there is about actually the title was what next after school or college, or your technical whatever, because the target is normally those who are kind of finishing their first leg of either school, for example, the Form 4s, and then those who are in college, those who are graduating, those who have graduated and are hanging around and almost losing hope. And even some of those that are already experienced, they are skilled, but they are really suffering in Kenya because opportunities have become very tough. So we've started that program where we are talking and discussing about pathways and showing them options of what you can do as you wait, that you don't lose your focus, but meanwhile you could be arcing yourself on various other things. And we discuss a lot of examples, a lot of opportunities, spaces being presented by various staff, various colleagues. Njiru was there, and Kip was there, talking about opportunities abroad, opportunities back home, volunteering spirit, that you do not only, for example, just sit at home and you are saying you are waiting to be called kama ni kazi. No, you should be proactive, and we've encouraged them to even volunteer freely. Unaenda tu, if you are doing medicine, you volunteer in any of those clinics or hospitals near you. If you are doing when mwalimu, you offer yourself, and we had a very rich discussion. They talked, they asked questions, and we hope to be doing that every fortnight, because that's what they have requested. And we hope it works, because back home the mentorship programs zimeisha. People are so stressed. You are there in school, but mzazi amekupeleka shule na akasahau, wewe sukumana tu, anangoja umalize, so when you are hanging around home anakupa stress tena, ala wewe sasa uligraduate, kazi bado, sasa nini, then you become so oppressed, and na ndio huko depression zinaingia. So we thought we should be having such a space where we can give them more, and and also we are telling them also to participate in terms of the community and social activities, including leadership, because part of why they are floating so much and taking so long is because of poor governance. Because if it was well governed as a country, then of course opportunities would really be available, like it had been sometimes back before we messed. So we are also encouraging them, those who are of age, to make sure that they are also participating in electing leaders. So it was a good almost 3 hour kind of discussion, almost 4 hours, and we have it running in we uploaded it in Jiru's in this channel, so anybody can have a quick look at it, and we will be reading the comments that you can make. Thank you very much, Bananjiru.
Thank you for that. So there is a lot which is happening in the spaces. Tutawachosha kabisa. And then in the next like 6 or 7 months, we will be launching our candidates. So, sijui kama Stony PK you are still on the process ama niache
hiyo tuta launch. Wacha kwanza tufanye mobilization. We still have time.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
have
of
time.
course, I know we still have time. So
Yeah,
I will expect Stony PK as our baby. We have to make sure that this baby comes to term. Ruto asituambotie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So guys, you understand what I mean when I say that, eh? So Ruto has aborted so many projects in Kenya. And ananga adabu, he can even also abort any. So so when Stony PK will want to involve us, because I know sasa tuko karibu kufika pale sasa kwa nini. So si Ani na Acacia, now that mnajifanya nyinyi ni mabeshte, and na Acacia pia anasema sijui nini hapo story yangu, which is okay. Sijui kama nyinyi ndio mutatafutia Stony PK ile kiroli inaitangwa aje, ile kiroli iko na system. Stony PK hiyo kiroli inaitwa aje?
Oh, hikyo kia nini hikyo kinaitwa kia, they call it what? Hikyo ya kuenda watu
So sijui kama Kenyan Democracy ndio itatafuta hicho kiroli, zile roli ambazo tulikuwa tunaona Emurua Digi ya UDA ikiwa na watu wawili. Mnakumbuka hiyo kiroli hiyo? Hiyo kiroli miguu. Sasa ama mutataka tutumie pickup. Nyinyi watu you know, in my time in 207, because hizo marodi they are very postmodern. 20 years ago watu walikuwa wanatumia pickup ikiwa na round speaker, ndio inazunguka huko kwa village ikisema ikiongea story yako na ikiimbaimba hapo. So Stony PK, are pickups still there ama tumeondoka kwa hiyo level ya mapickup? Sasa tunatumia hizo mamiranda, hizo maroli kubwa.
No, sasa kila mtu ako na lori moja hiyo ya kuzunguka ikiwa inapiga mziki, imebeba watu. So depending on what seat, an MP, unakuwa nao governor, unakuwa nao MCA, yeah, and then yeah, inazunguka na PA system ikizungumza na kupeana sera, you know.
Yeah. So lakini tukifika hapo tutaambiwa. So for now ni kupreempt. Wewe na bwana Stony PK nitakwambia kitu, usijaribu kuwithdraw.
Siwezi.
Because some of us wanaingia baridi wanasema hata ile kampango, ama you become like another guy. Na huko kwetu alikuwa na mioto sana, every time akutana na injinia menengerogamia sasa ile wakati ikifika the D-Day aligongwa tu na moja, majamaa wengine wakasema sasa tunachagua mtu ana bibi. Then that is how the guy disappeared. So bwana Stony PK, kusitokezeka kitu kamoja alafu sasa upotee, because in the crowd lazima mambo itokezee. People will start challenging even your intelligence. Kuna watu watatokezea wakisema huyo jamaa atatumwele yangu vile anaongeanga. Nimumwele yangu.
Unajua uzuri mimi nimepreempt kabisa, you know, because
you might think you are rational. You might think you are rational until uingie kwa siasa usikie story hadi wazie kuuliza huyo ni mimi.
But you know what? The good thing is when you are not starting for the first time. At least first time people give you you know, people question everything. Kama una beef the first time. Then after that, they start saying, oh, ulipotea, you know, why did you potea and all that. You know, like the first time they told me, why did you go for that seat? We wanted you here. That is the excuse that people started giving. That's no. The way we know you, it's you. We wanted you to come and help us here. Why are you going to the constituency? Those people watajisort. So this time around, let's see how it goes.
Yeah, tutakungojea na tuna Ana anasema ati sera na pesa. Shida ya Ana anapenda pesa. Anyway, but Ana confirmed yeye ni gold digger. So keep bwana Stone PK, are you aware that Ana reconfirm yeye alisemanga yeye ni gold digger na ajifichangi?
Ni gold digger. Mwambie basi sasa.
Mwambie sasa mnoma sana.
Mwambie tutaenda kwa mines where the gold is.
There was a day alikuwa anasema ati ulisikia mtu ana pesa anaongeleshwa na nani?
Tunaenda where the gold is sasa. Wacha ile kudig mahali hakuna gold. Now we will have to go to where the gold is. Remember in Mbere is where we have inaitwaje hii metro?
Colbert.
Colbert. Na unajua iko wapi? Iko wapi?
I don't
know. Iko in my ward.
Amujauza mashamba?
Hata kama mashamba zimeuzwa, si tunaziona, tunazirepossess.
Mfukuze watu wamekuja huko?
Oh yeah, hata survey zimefanya. Yeah, people now tunafanya public participation.
Na mashamba zimeanzia kukua expensive ama tu mnauza tu zile bei za zero price?
Hizo wata compensate ile buy above, very very high value. And also, also we have another dam that is coming up also.
Which one? In River Tana still?
Yeah, between Kindaruma and the Kiambere Dam.
Nani anajenga hiyo? Lakini na usiniambie ni Ruto atajenga hiyo. Can Ruto manage to do another dam there?
Already it is government partnership with I don't know who has, I think it's Yugoslavia or somebody will. Sai bado wanafanya nini? Wamefanya first public participation, wamefanya kwanza. Wametuandikia some of us who have mashambas there, so yeah.
Mnataka kuhamishwa because unajua they need funding area.
Yeah, of course they are taking a lot of land. Sisi ndio tulitoa hizo land zote hizo, Kiambere, Kindaruma, Gitaru. All right. So but they conned us in those others. Now that people know ndio
unajua in the 80s when walikuwa wanajenga hizo vitu Stone PK watu hawakuwa wanaelewa.
Yeah,
that actually those land were going at throwaway prices.
We gave out very big chunk of land, like huge.
And then is it true that munatoa stima na hamuna stima? Ni ukweli?
For a long time, we have villages that don't have electricity, which is a shame. Stima imekuja juzi in Mbere South.
Yaani stima ilikuwa inatoka Mbere ilikuwa inaenda Nairobi.
Inaenda hivyo, tunaona hizo waya zinapita kwa mashamba zikipiga na tuko in darkness. And we had a minister, Jeremiah Nyaga, since 1957. Tukajenga damu ya kwanza 1969 Kindaruma. We never got electricity until the year 2000 something. Hata shule ile iko hapo next to Kindaruma, even up to today haina stima na haina maji.
Yeah, those are some of the things. I think the quality of I think those ones should be some of your projects now. Ukiingia hapo sasa, after 2 years I will have to audit you. Nikitembea hapo alafu sasa nikute bado kuna shule ina stima na maji, utatuambia ni nini? What's up? So anyway, I can see Akeshi anataka kufunzwa kukua gold digger. Wewe Akeshi utakuwa mbaya. Nani unataka kutesa? Akeshi anataka kutesa nani ili anajua anataka kufunzwa kukua gold digger? Anyway, Bwana Stone PK, I have appreciated your participation, and I think today we had a long session. Tulipatana nawe huko na sasa pia tumepatana saa hii, so I think we can call it a day so that we can go and react. So naona Akeshi kuna mtu anapangiwa, lakini ni sawa tu, pangiana tu, lakini ujue vile Wakikuyu wanasemanga musemi met mukungi. So you cannot win.
Musemi alikuta mkungi.
So as well, it means hakuna ambaye aumiangi kwa safari ya kutafutana. So anyway, let me appreciate our gold diggers then, because ile wamama hapa, wamama wetu hapa wanapenda pesa sana. So congratulations our gold diggers, lakini msisumbuane sana. Ati what does it mean? Ati story pike hiyo ni story ya njamba. Ati dam mbele mnatumia Masinga dam for I think Wandato tu anajaribu kukupek.
Ati anasema aje? Martin anasema nini?
He is just saying good evening bro. Ana hiyo message ya Wandato anamaanisha good evening bro.
Anauliza ati hiyo ni story ya jaba, ati dam mbele mnatumia Masinga dam for elek hadi wa leo. Masinga dam is not used for electricity. Hiyo ni reservoir. It's the one that reserves the water and then
I think Stony PK, you need to come here and you teach them. Kuna Masinga alafu I think ile ina produce stima ni Kiambere produces.
No, inaanzia the reservoir is inaanzia huko juu Masinga. Masinga inapatia Kamburu. Kamburu inatoa Kamburu inatoa stima, Kamburu inapatia Gitaru inatoa stima. Gitaru inapatia Kindaruma inatoa stima, Kindaruma inaenda Kiambere is the biggest. Okay, it's the one in the lower side ndio. Sasa hiyo ndio inatoa ile mingi alafu inaachilia maji, but then they will also do another dam in Mutonga.
Hiyo ndio, lakini Mutonga ijajengwa, right?
No, they will do it. Ni pesa, corruption. Mutonga ilikuwa kondi ikapelekwa Takwel dam. Ilikuwa diverted.
Oh.
Yeah, they did Takwel dam which could not produce what was intended.
Actually, you know, I visited Takwel dam when I was a student. And Takwel waliharibu because hawakufunga joint vizuri, joint za mchanga. So by that time when we were visiting Takwel, ilikuwa ina leak, by the way. The dam was leaking.
Yeah, because it was not blessed. You know, they diverted the funds because Moi decided to do that. And the Takwel, the collection, it took so long to fill it. It was a valley with a very small river.
Yeah. I think the Moi needed it that way for his own speculation and for his own vote hunting. So afadhali waharibu pesa nayo project ipelekwe pahali ya itairi. What?
You know what happened is why it leaked. You know, walifanya damu ndogo. You saw the valley. It's so huge. You know, although I think it's called saying it would have taken. Sorry?
It is called a gorge.
It's a gorge, yeah. And that gorge, I think from the experts, it was supposed to take almost 10 years to fill. You know, so you needed to
viable, which is not viable.
You needed to do a very big wall. Yeah, you needed to do a mega, you know, and then the money was, I think, so that, you know, they ate and all that. That's why they did a weak one and it started leaking. Ambayo, you can imagine repairing dams again when you have already... Yeah, but the other ones, the Kindaruma, the Kamburu, they are still the way they are. Only that sometimes they silt, and we have to de-silt. Yeah, so that is it. So Martin doesn't know that there is another one coming. He's saying ni story ya jaba. Hawa ni watu wa Amerika, hawajui maneno ile inaendelea nyumbani.
Niko hapa watu Amerika wa gani?
Haya ni sawa. So Mkenya
Mkora, maswali Mkenya Mkora.
Umefika ile wakati magold digger wa hii channel wamejidikilea.
Wachana na ni huyo tunajua ni gold digger, usipompatia gold kuna shida.
Haya, nilijua venye umerusha message hivyo unataka kukuja mbio. Unajua nimekuja kujua siku hizi you wait for the door to be slammed ili uingie kwa show. Nimefika. Kuna watu kama hao kwa village wakukuja ile wakati kumekucha.
Na wanakujanga tu wakiwa na haraka na story ya mambo moto. Unajua one of the animals which is known to have done that, unajua ni mnyama gani? Alikuja saa zile already binadamu na wanyama walikuwa wamemeet kutengeneza the rules of the game, ambazo it was an equivalent of amri 10 za Mungu, zile amri 10. Sasa huyu jamaa akakuta watu wamefanya nini, wamefika namba 9, akakuja mbio akasema aya atimwekate, atimefanya nini? Akaambia wewe sasa umechelewa na tuko namba 9, tupatie ya 10. Akasoma 1 2, akasema aya futa hiyo ubao yote. Wanyama wakamuuliza, wewe umekuja sasa unatuambia hebu tueleze. Akasema rule number 1, kulia mbele.
Naona
nani ana dispute hiyo kulia mbele, na huyo alikuwa ni bwana Haina. So
Mwalimu mmefika, mtaanza kuniimbia ile wimbo ya fungeni milango anakuja.
Ama kuna wazee wengine maybe as you react, kuna wazee wengine huko kwetu anakuja wakati event bwana Stone PK inaisha, alafu after kufika unasikia kiza mumeanza aki na ni vote of thanks inapeanwa. Go ahead bwana Mkenya Mkola, we are giving vote of thanks, alafu unakuja kujifanya ni kama hatujaongea. Haya, react.
Ni ile tu lakini mimi unajua nyinyi ndio mmekuja kama mmechelewa, hata si mimi. Mimi nimekuwa hapo hivi na Valerie tukapiga story tukafunga. Mimi kitu yenye anyway ni ukweli, nimekuja salam za mwisho spendi kuachwa na siasa, lakini mimi nataka kujua hii ni damu gani yenye iko Mbeere, because I remember Ruto alikuwa amesema stadia na dams na nini at the time of campaign na Ruto. Hii stima inatokaga Masinga Dam, yes, 14 Falls. I mean 14 the year 14, alafu inatoka tena Bogoria ile ya steam because ya kutoka chini. Ni gani iko Mbeere? Hiyo ndio mimi nimechanganikiwa.
Aya, sikiza basi nikupatie hiyo lesson. Number 1, it is not called 14 Falls, it is 7 Forks Dam. Okay, the 7 Forks Dam include Kindaruma, okay, which was built in 1969. Then you have Gitaru Dam, okay. Then you have Kamburu Dam, okay. Then you have Masinga Dam. Masinga is a reservoir. Masinga is the one that holds the water kwanza. All right. Then you have Kiambere Dam. Okay. Now all those dams are in Mbeere Ukambani. Okay. We say Mbeere Ukambani. Mbeere Ukambani. All right. Now hizo dam zote ndio zinatoa electricity, inachangiwa, tuna combine na huko Naivasha, hizo geothermal and all that. But hydroelectric dams ni hizo ndio ziko Mbeere na Takwel Dam ambayo iko huko kwa Wakale. All right? So those are the dams. If you didn't know, now you know. Now the one I'm saying it's being surveyed is in between Kindaruma and Kiambere. All right? It is also in Kiambere ward, which is in Mbeere South. Now you know. Any question?
No, I don't have a question. You're right, 100% right. The thing is that yenye nashanga hii dam kwanza, have we seen the budget of it that is being built by this government?
No, you see, these dams were approved many years ago. It's not this government, okay? They are there in the plan. Remember, I told you it's supposed to be 7 forks. Zote zilipimwa zikafanywa kila kitu. All right? So it is when funds are available, zina nini. The first one nimekuambia ni Kindaruma, the second Gitaru, the third Kamburu, fourth Masinga, fifth Kiambere. The sixth was supposed to be Mtonga, okay? And then the seventh is supposed to be, they call it Karura, Okay. Now Karura is the one they are saying funds are I think they are saying they are available because already they are doing public participation. All right. The Mutonga one, hiyo bado itakaa kidogo until maybe another government and any. So, and you know, with a dam, you can begin public participation this year, and then 1 year, 2 years, mpaka ukuta itafanywa mwaka zingine huko. That's how these huge projects are done. So it's not being taken politically. So nobody can go saying, oh, claiming ati atajenga ama atafanya nini. Hii hata haongei, hawezi ongea juu ya hiyo. Zile madamu wanaongea ni hizi za maji ya kunywa, sijui watatengeza huko wapi. But this is a mega project which you cannot go joking around at ukisema utajenga. It's multi-billion shillings.
I agree with you, and I was coming in sarcastically because this mega project, we are tired of that kuambiwa, because how about Kimwarer and the other one? What was it? Sorry, I am allergic to stone. I'm allergic to anything that Ruto can do. That will be done by the next president, not this one. I mean, the next government, because when you have a joke of a government, I don't expect anything to be done. And yes, you're right. The 7 Forks.
Yeah, there are some projects that are not pegged on Ruto. No, there are some that are not pegged on Ruto. You know, of course, atataka kuingilia nini na nini, but I don't think kama hii atanini. Hizo akina Kimwarels walifanya wakakula pesa. You know, they allocated money and they ate. Yeah. And it was even, you know, it was ni ukora hiyo yao tu. They did what they did.
Mukenya Mukora, are we done?
Stone is
still understood, ama you still want to be taught more?
No.
Nimekuja kujua saa zingine unajifanyanga muzembe for people to overspeak.
Well, Stone was saying
Mukenya
something.
Mukora.
See, you can hear me, Ama?
How many times am I calling you ama niachane na wewe?
Kwani unisikii?
So, Stone PK, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Ama Mrs.
Stone, can you hear me?
We can hear you. I can hear Mkenya. I can hear. How about you? Wewe umefanya nini? Umeharibu?
Ama ni mimi niko mute.
Ni wewe uko mute. Mkenya unanisikia, si ndio?
Mimi nakusikia very loud and clear.
Maybe sound.
Oh, nimekumbuka. My computer is ongea.
Yeah, sasa sisi tunakusikia vizuri. Are you there? Hey.
Huyu jamaa kwani amefanywa ile kitu?
Yeah, ameguza wapi? What have you touched?
So yeah, lakini Stone, I agree with you. Elek inatoka Kindaruma, Masinga, but Masinga is not part of the 7.
It's part of it. It's part of the 7.
But the most elect inatoka the most inatoka the most of elect inatokaga Masinga.
Kiambere.
Akecha michezo wataki.
Masinga ni reserve.
Aya, so mimi nafikiria tunapata.
Huyu jamaa tuko same wavelength.
Unatusikia Njiru? Unatusikia?
Ni mimi niko na shida, Mkenya Mukora hata amepotea. Anyway, in any case we were closing. Guys, wacha tufunge tuonane kesho.
Wewe ndio unasikia, sisi tunakusikia, sisi hatukusikii. Tunakusikia wewe utusikii.
Ni yako Kachayana ameenda kukunywa.
Ongea sasa Stone PK.
Tunakusikia sisi. The problem is you.
Where is my settings? Audio setting.
Ama amepatana na Itumbi. Unajua Itumbi ndio ana make decisions in Kenya today. I mean, nowadays.
Wacha nimwandikie hapo nimwambie we can hear you.
Oh, yeah. Nimewasikia sasa. Go ahead. Endeleeni.
Wewe ndio ulikuwa na shida.
Haya. Ati nilikuwa na shida. Wewe unajua Stony PK ukiambia Mwembu ako na shida, hiyo ni vita. Wewe na kadhina. Wewe niko na shida gani?
Mwembu anakuwa na limited na language ile baya. Ukiambia mtu shida ati dhina, dhina uliko basi. Atakai msikia shida.
Sasa unaniambia niko na shida aje? Wewe.
Njiro ni wewe na dhina.
Yeah, so umesoma hapo Mkenya mkoro umeelewa your geography umeiupdate
Yeah, I know the geography very well, but I was being sarcastical in a certain way kwa sababu ya the dams and so many dams that has been out there tumeambiangwa and nilikuwa nakimbilia kwanza hiyo ya nini hizi za kina Kimarel ndio uniambie hiyo ni dam gani inajengwa na hii government. You know, you have to call nonsense to be nonsense because these guys, this government really, there's totally nothing, nada that they're doing nowadays.
Unajua 14 Falls ni wapi?
14 Falls iko hapo tu kwetu hapo nini Kilimambogo.
Kilimambogo hapo umepata sasa.
Ni yetu. Iko hapo. Hata naweza tembea. So me honestly mali nimefika mimi like okay, we can talk unajua tunazongea story ya stima, story ya nini and one thing nilikuja nikaangalia nikashangaa that we are also getting some kilowatts from neighboring countries, yet we have this water that hata inamwagika kila mahali like from central mlima zote ziko hapo hivyo central ndio zinaanza kuleta mpaka Athi River and even Nairobi dam. You find that Nairobi dam already imetoa maji kutoka huko juu. Tana River is running so much of water and we cannot harness that even and use it as hydro, that our power lines are not even fed by any other country. I was so surprised some years ago to hear that we even ati tunaombanga hata nini some kilowatts from another country, which I don't believe is to be true, but it's actually
tunaombanga hata kutoka Uganda.
Exactly, which I don't believe to be true because I've never seen a power line running across.
What are you saying? We get power from Juja. Niaje? How can you? Well, ujaenda hiyo nini? Ujaenda hiyo Western uone. We get power from Juja.
Okay. Again, okay. Pia tuko na ile inaitwaje
kidogo Mkenya mkora as you react to that nataka kuuliza Stony PK swali lingine. Na Stony PK, there is a very important thing tumeacha. After thing of recent kuna maswali za Gachagua zinaanzia kuletwa. I want you to tell me the thinking behind that. Incidentally kuna kijana wa yule Gachagua mkubwa ambaye alikuwa kwa koti leo.
Yeah, by the way I wanted highlighting it. Sikuiangalia
yeah, you might not have looked at it, but it speaks volume. It speaks volume about, because like why are they trying to bring it and even try to bring it to the media? Hiyo story hiyo kijana, and as they are doing that show ama hiyo kesi, they want to bring a very bad picture about Gachagua from family point of view, just like a similar case ile ambayo ilikuwa inasemekana amepokonyana mali. Okay, go ahead.
Njiru, the truth of the matter. I mean, I want to call it truth because it's in public domain. Gachagua has a very bad record, family record, very bad. That is a fact. And unfortunately, hii hata tukimpenda hata tufanye nini, you know, there are things you do in life zitakuandama tu. Mambo yake ikuenda vizuri, he didn't, you know, watu tu wana reserve kidogo and all that kind of a thing, but he has serious allegations hapo nini and all that. And ukisikia mahali panafuka moshi panaficha moto, so that will come out, okay? And of course Ruto will bring out those skeletons and all that. Hata utaona wataanza maneno ya akiwa DO, because also he has a very dark page when he was the DO, you know, DO Molo. Unasikia kila saa wanaiguzaguza, wanaiacha, wanaguzaguza. When he came to Githunguri and all that, they are there. Hata iko kwa ma clips and all this. Watazitoa tu sana, by the way. So he will struggle to fight, but the good thing is that if the people are watu wanampenda, but he has a bad one. He has a bad one for public.
Alafu Stone, on another level, to support your statement is that we say tulisema hiki kitu kitambo sana. We never said Gachagua was okay, and that's why we always say that he cannot go to kwenda kurun because of the constitution. And he was impeached, he was a DO, nanini. You see, the problem is we only said we love Gachagua on the microphone so that he can tell us some of the secrets that we never had, or we never had the opportunity to hear zenye wanafichanga huko. And that's how we love Gachagua. Other than that, Gachagua, we are not expecting him to, you know, to akona closets mingi. Hata hii Ruto hii me, I know some of his closets. Hii Ruto pia hata yeye, we are waiting for him to exit nile tu. Hata we don't know if it's 2026 or 2027 according to the constitution, but soon as he gets out, we're never ever gonna listen to him in anything. In fact, we don't even understand how he got venye aliingia huko. He has too many problems. That's why we say Fagia. So Gachagua, of course, but we love him on the microphone because that's how he survives, and that's how we want him to be on the microphone to tell us nini, because I guess he knows how to talk and no one can touch him, because I guess mtu kama Ruto akijaribu kumguzaguza atafungua siri zingine, but wacha endelee tu kamfereji. Unajua ukiwa na maji mingi mfereji ufungui yote, unafungua kidogo kidogo. And I think that's what Gachagua does. Anafungua tu, ukimgonga anafungua.
Yeah, you know now, Jiru, that nephew of his, I don't know what did you watch that case? What alikubaliwa akalete papers? What is it about? What case is that? Jiru is gone. Did you follow that? The highlight was that he was allowed to go and bring some papers.
No, I don't follow, but mimi kitu tu najaribu kufuatilia ni mbona Gachagua na makesi. I don't understand, like hizi makesi zinakuja kwa nini? I don't know anything about that case. I will just nimeileta as an highlight.
Yeah. What revive hizo zita revive tu. I don't know. You know, that's why for me I'm feeling sad that you know, the opposition is behaving as if Gachagua is the driver, you know, and again, according to the mood and what is happening with the people around. Hata ukisikiza people discussions, okay? People discussions are very, very candid. That although he is there, he's being seen, he's vocal and all that, he is not the choice.
I think Stone, you brought it home very well. That even though he's there, he's not the choice, and he's never gonna be the choice. It's just that he's what do you call necessary evil or necessary something, right? He's just, we need him to be vocal, to be talking, and for him to do whatever he's doing. It's good for that. That's a unjiro.
Huyo ni mrembo wa kwetu wewe. Ala, kwani unatoa?
Rudisha basi.
Nataka musikie vile Mbalili anasema. Nimesikiliza hiyo video nikacheka sana. But nataka kutorification, you hear the modern day reasoning of people you give votes. Nimesema hivyo. I think even in the 1900 readers were not speaking. Bwana Mkenya mkora mato, itabidi ujue Kiembu kwa bujo.
Mimi najua Kiembu bwana. Si mimi usikiaje nikiongea hata nini? Najua Kiembu.
Aya, sikiza Mwaro Njage basi, sikiza.
Na utuinterpretie, you are the one to interpret.
Mundu wakaire. It is impossible kuviria thina cia andu aku cionthe na miaka 5. Ni nienda kumuvoya atiriri. Uriaika wega ka Mwaro Njage. Kauka ugaisi kau tondu gatingitura thingura metho turorie ngukona. Njokia miaka ingegana. Miaka ingegana. Nambira gandu mutongoria areragwa nene mutongoria andu arunyenje ndiana muna muti mweanderu kuma ni ere tukanini nambiririe siasa nina miaka 26 na mwanyitirira mwanyitirira runye ngavana no kwa muthenya umwe ni mukamona na kuria go Ika riu kuratuika ati no nginya mwena uyu tu tutiarwo kuruta atongoria no maumire mwena uria Kindiki ave ucio ti mutongoria mutikiathi mwena uria ni sawa tumauria itu aciaru mumera gwaga gukwembu gwetu tu aciaru kari ni twetikaniria andu akwa ni mukunyitirira abaru nyenjenira miturekera mundu wakaire. It is impossible kuviria thina cia andu aku.
Mkenya mkala, ati what have you gotten?
Ati tutamuonea huko juu.
Kitu ingine umesikia?
Mi saa zingine nashindangwa hawa watu. Unajua cause we understand what they are saying. Yaani ati tutamuonea huko juu, ati mnishikilie, sijui nini. Ai, saitan.
Mimi hata ile kitu imenifurahisha bwana PK as you come to react to that. Ati ni ngumu kumaliza mashida within 5 years. Nataka uniambie who are those consequential leaders who change nations even in a year? That is one. Nataka unione that statement. Then kitu ya pili. Ni vile anaongea. Nienda muongeze miaka ingio.
Etano. Kuboni.
So, and you can listen to the voice. It's like he is begging.
Of course, he's begging.
As this woman says the danger, ama ni nini?
Oh yeah, si ndio?
Endelea.
Anajua Karinda imeraruka. Oh my God. Oh, yeah, najua hujaenda nini. Oh, man. Huyu mambo yake imekwisha.
Kuna mtu nilisikia ati akisema ati aende huko Sugoi sasa.
Ameambiwa aende nini bule kwa nani Teso.
You know, Njiru and Stone PK, venye mko smart hivyo, because I really respect you guys. Unajua mi kitu yenye kitu mi inaniumanga ni hii watu, na naongea Kiswahili mbaya, hii watu hawajui kuwa smart, kunyamaza kidogo. I mean, just to be quiet. Yani just usisimame mbele ya watu kuanza kuongea ujinga, cause wengine tunaelewa hata ukidhani huko lugha yetu. Kwanza Wakikuyu Wakikuyu, Wakamba nini, we understand what you're trying to talk, na saa zingine hata kama si hizo zetu bado tunaelewa. You know, we catch one phrase from another phrase and from another phrase, because either way utapata you can finish a statement without someone understanding something. Now kama mi ni Mkamba mi ni Mkamba Meru, na nyi wote hata mkianza kuongea hapa, you think we are not understanding what you're saying for some good reason. Why is this leaders, in fact, if you are a national leader, why are you talking in your dialect? Maybe Stone, you can answer that intellectually. Why are you speaking in your in your local dialect? When it comes to this, which is national matters. I guess nani amepotea. Stone bado uko?
Niko.
Yeah, Njiru amefanya ile disappearing acts, amepotea.
Ni sawa, unauliza kwa nini aongee na dialect yake? Lazima aongee na dialect yake.
Okay, sasa naye Gachagua sasa shida yake iko wapi akiongea na dialect yake?
Hakuna mtu anasema ana shida. By the way, it's okay to speak in vernacular when you are wherever you are, so long as the people you are communicating to are understanding. You know, like when you are in Ukambani, now you are sure the audience in Wakamba, and you feel that's the way you want to communicate. It's okay. Bwana Mato, it's good to communicate in mother tongue. Very good indeed. The only thing you may not want to do is, like, for example, during national celebrations, like in Uhuru Park, you are the president, you know, you are addressing the entire nation. But now you are the president, and the subject you want to hold when you are in Ukambani does not involve the country. But most of the time, as a president, wherever you are addressing people, you are addressing the nation. That's why, come a president with a bit challenge, you cannot confine yourself to your mother tongue most of the time. But as a governor, as an MP, you can do that. President, you have a bit, you know. Again, it's not a law, but it's not ethical.
Yeah, it's adequacy, because and it's not is that, you know, just be nice to people, to, like, if it's gonna be traversed on media, you know, on media, national media, I think at that point you need to really understand that you have to speak on national, the languages, because it's kind of like, one thing I hate, by the way, leo nitaumwa na Wajaluo. One thing I hate is that when they go to somewhere like on the Luo land, they speak the Luo, and you have a whole thing, and it's being televised all over the country, and they're speaking Dholuo. Now, some of us, yes, I can understand Bere. I mean, unajua Kamba, Bere, Kikuyu, we kind of understand. Hata kama utamiss kawad kamoja, you will miss something. But then they go out there and they just make a whole talk, a whole yani wanaongea tu Kijaluo. Mimi sielewi Kijaluo, kitu najua ni idhikani. Unajua? So why would you go into and then bring the media to televise it and speak in your mother tongue? Yet we have two national languages. Is it a problem? I mean, are we confused that we never had? I mean, why did we bring two national languages? Swahili and English. If you're a national leader, ni nini mnaenda kutuambia alafu mnatelevise? Si wende ongea na watu wenyu. Hata mimi nikienda kwetu mimi naongeanga Kikamba yangu. You know? But if I'm a national leader and I'm being televised, Kikamba inapotea. Hiyo tutaongea baadaye. So why do we let these leaders do that? I don't know. Stone, that was I mean, I know it's trivial, lakini nika story kengine mimi nakuanga niko na shida nako because wametrivialize huko kama hii Mbadi the other day. Nasikia ametusi Wanga. Naye Wanga akamtusi. But zote ni za Kijaluo. Sijui alitusiwa aje, huyu alitusiwa vipi, nani alifanyiwa nini? Me hata I don't know where their fight is.
Yeah.
Unanielewa Stone? Maybe I'm being trivial, lakini sasa mi ukisikia wametusiana huko na Kijaluo yasu. Okay. Hebu niambieni amesema nini?
Nakuelewa kabisa. Yeah, but you know, it's our national. I mean, it's we are people of varied tribes, and it's only that you are supposed to make a choice when to talk what, but we cannot condemn. We cannot.
If you're a national leader, it's kind of where I know you sometimes you do Kimbere, Kidogo, but you don't make it your whole conversation. How do you go and start talking Kijaluo or Kikamba or Kimbere, the entire statement and your national TV? Or I mean, people need to understand what you're talking about. You know, it's whenever you become a leader, sometimes unakanyagia hizo malugha zingine ndio watu waelewe, because Kenya, you know, Stone, I had a problem here 2 years ago, not here but in another podcast that we were, me and you, telling people that this tribe, we have to realize that there is Kenya is made of 54, and I think Alex corrected me to be 56, or vice versa. And imagine all this.
Nitakuacha bana. I have to go home.
Hata mi lazima niende, sijui Njiru ameenda wapi. Nilikuwa na ngoja arudi. Wacha mimi nilikuwa nimekuja salamu. Cause me already did my tulifanya na nani na Valerie mapema.
Mimi nilikuwa nimeaga watu wote, akina Kesha, akina Annie. We will see you guys tomorrow inshallah. Let's meet and let's see what is happening. Let's see hasira zile zinatokea kwa sababu ya judgment ya mbele. Let's see what people say.
All right, I'm out of here too.
Okay, man. Kongoi missing.
Kongoi.
Turorane mambe. Turorane mgoroba.
Mko.
Wabro neri kini omera.
Omera yawa.
Kingo king.
Haya, baadaye.
Adieri. All right.